Of the EU Starter project, it is our great pleasure to welcome you to today's workshop on reforming housing in Ukraine, ensuring access to adequate housing for all. Thank you for joining us here in Kiev, and a warm welcome as well to all participants connecting with us online via Zoom and YouTube. We are especially honored to be joined by key leaders and partners in this reform journey. I would like to extend sincere thanks to Ms. Natalia Kozlowska and Ms. Aliona Shkrum, Deputy Ministers from the Ministry of Development and Communities and Territories for Ukraine, Mr. Stefan Schloining, Head of Cooperation at the European Union Delegation to Ukraine, Mr. Jocelyn Cornet, Head of the Section at the European Union Delegation to Ukraine, as well as Mr. Matthew Baldwin, Deputy Director General of the DG Energy of European Commission, who will connect with us online. Your presence today is a strong signal of commitment to building a more inclusive and sustainable housing system in Ukraine. Let me briefly outline what we have planned for today. This workshop brings together national and international experts, policymakers, and practitioners to explore the legal, social, economic, and environmental dimensions of housing reform. We will discuss priorities, share best practices, and look ahead to the development of a new social housing system that is fit for purpose. The agenda includes 2 thematic sessions with a panel discussion and opportunities for an open dialogue.
Отже, ще раз доброго ранку, шановні друзі.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, today there are many more of us than we can see immediately here because we have participants. And first of all, we're going to make some housekeeping announcements, some logistical announcements. Your badge contains a QR code under which you can find all of the informational materials and agenda. We also have simultaneous interpretation. Please make sure you take a headphone and select a channel which is more appropriate for you. And today, to start our event, we would like to invite our first guest. It is my pleasure to invite Ms. Aliona Shkrum, the first Deputy Minister for the Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine. Ms. Aliona, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Я буду говорити все-таки українською, тому користуюсь.
I will speak Ukrainian, so please take advantage of the simultaneous interpretation. For me, it's an honor to open this event. It's one of the most critical and crucial issues in Ukraine. It's about housing, and it's about the ability of the state to house people who need housing the most, people whose housing was destroyed, people who had to leave abroad because they have nowhere to go. And here, this is an intersection between policy and economics and expert support. And here we need brainstorming, we need your expert opinions. And this is why we believe this event is very topical and it will be successful. The housing sector has been the most affected and lost and damaged due to the Russian aggression and the war. We, as the ministry, we were responsible, along with many experts, for the so-called RDNA4 report, which is an inventory of the housing which was destroyed and damaged. Which gives us a pretty scary figure with up to 2.5 million residential units damaged or destroyed, which makes the sector's needs at about $21 billion. We understand that we will not be able to restore everything as it was, but we will be able to try and build back better with better environmental and energy efficiency. When we calculated that about 13% of the housing sector has been damaged, among which there were private houses, apartments, residential, other residential properties, To understand the full scale of the ruination and destruction, it was about 4 size of the city of Milan or 5 times of Brussels. So Ukraine is a huge country, and maybe our ruination doesn't look immediate and apparent, but on the scale of the country, it's very, very massive. Also, 75% of the damage and destruction is confined to the so-called boundary territories immediately close to the line of contact. This number also speaks to the opportunities for this sector in the reform, in the reconstruction and renewal, and also speaks to the challenges that we are already tackling with the help of you, our partners. We have launched a number of programs, and we are the only country in this full-scale war which is restoring and rebuilding during the war, not waiting for opportunities, but making them. We are already compensating and reconstructing and remunerating while we are at war, because housing for us is not just about human livelihoods, but also about the possibility for people to stay in Ukraine, to work in Ukraine, to pay taxes here, uh, to have a job here, to bring up children, and also it's about opportunities for those who left temporarily to come back home to Ukraine. According to all of the surveys, one of the biggest concerns among Ukrainians is about ruined and destroyed and damaged residential property. And needless to say, people are not ready to come back to Ukraine without a hope that they will either have their residential property rebuilt or have an opportunity to rent or to have housing provided to them. We have a number of programs launched. Natalia Kozlovska will speak more to that. According to the Hope project of World Bank, over 100,000 Ukrainian families have received compensations for damaged property, and this is amid a full-scale war. According to the Hope program, just in 2024 alone, we have issued over 3,000 residential certificates, and over 7,000 Ukrainians are now living in residential units constructed. We are also preparing new programs together with the Energy Efficiency Fund, because we need to build back better and more energy efficient. And together with the members of parliament and those who formulate policy, they're preparing the new draft legislation. And Natalia Kozlovska will talk about this. We also started a program dedicated to the so-called complex or compound reconstruction. Now you can travel to destroyed cities, previously destroyed cities, such as the city of Borodyanka, which were hit especially hard by the Russian destruction, and you will be able to witness the reconstruction of the infrastructure, the residential properties. Today, the population of Borodyanka is actually larger than it was pre-war, and it is thanks to the multitude of our international partners and the efforts of all of our friends. Also, our internal stakeholders, such as the Reconstruction Agency and the Ministry and the local government. All of these joint efforts are what brings people back to Borodyanka. And this is a pilot and a demonstration project which must become a showcase and a prototype for comprehensive renewal projects for different cities. A residential reconstruction is not just about rebuilding roofs, but it's about rebuilding trust, rebuilding hope, and bringing back the opportunity to come back and thrive together. So for us as the expert environment and the ministry, we have a very difficult task cut out for us, but we are tackling this task very well because we have the best experts who can discuss the best policies, the so-called residential bank. Also, we will discuss additional programs and additional assistance from our partners. Thank you very much for being here with us. Good luck, and let's build back better together. Thank you very much for these very inspirational words. And our task is not simple, uh, uh, and
Bring and lead us to the most meaningful outcomes of this meeting. Отже, до наступного слова я запрошую пана Штефана Шльонінга, керівника програми.
Next up is Mr. Stefan Schlöning, the head of reconstruction in the representation EC representation in Ukraine.
First Deputy Minister, Excellency, colleagues. Well, let me first of all say I'm very happy to be with you this morning, also with all of you, connecting online. Very happy also to have my colleague, Deputy Director General from DG Energy, joining us in the online discussions later. I think housing has always been an important topic, but what we have seen over the last weeks and months, it has really climbed on top of the political agenda. And just last week, in the European Union, we have an annual important speech, the State of the Union, where President von der Leyen last week, presented her key priorities for the year ahead. Some of you might have listened in or read the speech afterwards. There was a lot about Ukraine in this speech, but there was also for the EU internally a very strong emphasis on housing and energy efficient housing. And in fact, President von der Leyen announced last week the European Affordable Housing Plan, with many different elements: simpler state aid rules, faster delivery tools, focus on energy efficiency. So really a major policy priority going ahead. And that aligns, of course, perfectly, for Ukraine with the EU accession path, with the accession, process that is underway. It also aligns very well with the Ukraine plan, our, main financing tool, where we have a specific reform step on housing. So in a way, I think one can say it is all coming together. On the Ukrainian side, Prime Minister Svyridenko not long ago announced the core priorities of the government, and also there, housing, compensation for destroyed housing, energy efficiency upgrades, and getting ready for the winter are at the core of the government priorities. And all of that, and I think that is why housing is such an important topic, because it's something that people, citizens feel on a daily basis. Lower affordable energy bills, warm houses, stronger grids. This is resilience really in action, in practice. And this is why also I think the workshop today is so important, because this is not, a high-level seminar with high-level messages only. These are very important. I think last weekend we had the YES conference here in Kiev with a lot of strategic, policy debates. I think today is more about, practitioners, technicians from the international community, the government coming together to discuss very practically how to take the housing agenda forward. The challenge, and the first Deputy Minister mentioned that, is immense. We have, according to the Rapid Damage Needs Assessment 13% of Ukraine's housing stock damaged or destroyed, with more than 2.5 million households affected. Millions remain displaced. So Europe's own experience shows that recovery only works when there is strong municipal leadership, and there are also, all our common and joint work on decentralization comes into play. We need municipal leadership, we need sustainable financing, and we need revolving, intelligent, smart funding mechanisms that protect public assets for the next generation. Now, what does all of that mean for families, for Ukrainian citizens across the country? I think it means a predictable path back to housing, verified compensation, a fair digital queue for social and municipal rental. For a mother in Mukachevo, in Lviv, a family that might now be in Warsaw but wants to return and knows that there is a transparent and predictable offer waiting for her to move into affordable housing here in Ukraine. It means real options, financing options beyond mortgages, secure, affordable long-term rentals, warm, energy-efficient homes with affordable bills and no blackouts, and lastly, clear, transparent, enforceable rules protecting both tenants and taxpayers, ensuring that public money delivers quality housing that lasts. Let me conclude by thanking the EU-funded Startup Project team for organizing this event today, for bringing us all together. As I said, this is a seminar for practitioners to really dig deeper in the issues of housing, of moving the agenda forward. Then there is finance available from the European Union, the World Bank, and many other donors. So with that, let me wish you all a successful day, and thank you very much.
Dear Stefan, many thanks for your inspiring words. So, а тепер ми зараз переходимо до вступу.
And now we would like to come to our starting introductory remarks. We'd like to invite Natalia Kozlovska, the Deputy Minister of Development of Communities and Territories. Colleagues, first of all, thank you. I'm very happy to see you. I hope that we will be uninterrupted today as we conduct a very productive seminar. Today we're going to talk about residential policy. This topic is very wide and it implies the change in the legislative framework. And it's not only about introducing new tools in Ukraine, but also about introducing completely conceptually new approaches, which would allow every Ukrainian to answer the questions relating to their household and their housing and their livelihood. We are fourth year through our defensive effort in this full-scale invasion, and Ms. Alona said, as per the RDNA assessment, we have up to 13% of our residential sector damaged. This sounds like a relatively small number, but if you think about this in terms of the number of people who have actually lost their homes, it's about 4.6 million of internally displaced persons, and these are the people only who applied for the status. About 6 million people, according to UN data, are the internally and externally displaced. So the migration is very sizable. So without changing our legislative framework and implementing specific tools, it will be very problematic for us to tackle this. So I'm going to start with the legislative framework, because for us it's about changing the approaches towards formulating and implementation of residential policy, housing policy. It's both about the tools to restore and recover, and also tools and mechanisms on operating and maintaining residential assets. We have been working very actively and for a considerable amount of time. We have registered draft law 12377. And I see here Anna Bondar, who is active in the second reading of this. And I hope that this document becomes instrumental to the change in approach. There are many revisions and recommendations as the bill runs up to the second reading, and I hope that we will be able to change the policy and implement tools and instruments which are working in the European Union countries and allow our citizens to use these instruments.
So, what is this about? This is the change of outdated Soviet approaches. We understand that they're inert and fragmented, and we have the chance to change this policy. What is this about? This is the system on the level of legislation institutions. It's inclusion, accessibility for different categories of citizens with regard to their financial capacity, their age and vulnerability, integrated into European policies and principles, transparency. You know that traditionally we are working on the basis of integrated systems, and this is not going to be any different. We are now talking about digitalization, identifier sufficiency, and accessibility of information. We are working in this law draft based on three main principles. First, that's legislation update, institutional development, and strategic planning. I'll remind you that in this context, Ukraine hasn't had a notion like development strategy for housing policy, both on the national and on the local level. This issue was solved in a very fragmented manner. So the main innovations in the draft, first of all, giving up the line for housing as universal mechanism, we introduce differentiated approach based on evaluation of incomes and needs of the households. Then no free of charge privatization of housing. I'm not going to stop on that point. You understand that this is not according to the principles of the European Union at all. When at the expense of other taxpayers, citizens capitalize their housing, building a system of social rent, which is provided on good conditions for those who need that kind of housing, and digitalization of housing policy through establishment of a single information system of housing that will allow to account for the needs, to plan budgets, to calculate efficiency on all levels, on national, regional to local. Also, the law defines the system of strategic management, state housing strategy, regional and local housing strategies. They are obligatory plans for implementation and monitoring. Actually, as for the strategy, we already started our work not waiting for the second reading of the law. And actually, when developing these ones, the plan was approved by an interdepartmental working group. So I'd like to thank all those who help us in developing those chapters. Most of them they are with us today. So thanks a lot for joining into the development of such important document, because you understand that this document is going to be a roadmap, not just for our ministry, not just for the local authorities, but also for all central executive authorities that in this or that manner impact the formation and the implementation of policy associated with housing, be it forming of the fund by the Ministry of Economy and the National Bank, accessibility of mortgages, simplification of procedures, and so on. This also concerns housing fund management, and here, of course, the energy efficiency fund comes into play with the tools that can be efficient for the current housing fund, and they are really necessary. That's also disseminating such tools also for the local government as an opportunity to provide to the citizens accessibility of the resource and energy efficient measures which are actually efficient. So in this context, this document is extremely important, and I thank everyone who joins. So please keep up the pace, because we have an ambitious goal this year to have an opportunity to at least manage most of the chapters and start the public discussion of the chapters in the strategy. In parallel, we are working on the law, which is very important. That's the law on social housing. Also, a very important tool. This is actually for the development of the first law, and it clearly defines how and in which way formulate how the citizens have access, how we utilize this of housing, because it's also going to be an innovation for Ukraine. How this housing can have different ownership forms, how the state can help some categories of citizens to live in such housing, those categories where it deems it necessary to provide assistance, and so on. I'll remind you that as of today, in Ukraine, 98% of available housing is in private ownership. So, saying as of now that today we can provide IDPs with a tool working like in the EU, of course, we are unable to do that. And that's why our cooperation with the EIB and the European Commission on a pilot project to form social housing will actually give that opportunity to test on the territory of Ukraine the establishment of such fund. It will show local authorities in which way this tool can work, in which way it should be working. This law envisages the creation of housing operators responsible for managing housing fund, subsidizing the demand and supply, support of both construction and maintenance of social housing, at the same time with supporting those who rent. Also clear mechanisms of renters protection, transparent collection and rules. This law follows not just the basis but the long-term institutional capacity so that they are able to create, manage and develop social housing as a sustainable service. So, dear colleagues, now we're working on the change of legislative approaches. They are rather wide and active. So I thank everyone who is getting involved. And I think that in the following panel, we'll be able to discuss not just the change of legislative framework, but implementation of specific instruments which are already working. We'll be able to discuss the problems which we have now and what we have to do together to improve and expand those instruments which we now have. Because according to the programs that now exist, we have rather good results. And we understand that the initiatives started need to have their continuation, and therefore also they have to be expanded to those categories of citizens that weren't covered. So I wish everyone a fruitful day, and I hope we'll have an opportunity to work in a calm manner without interruptions. Thank you. Natalia, thank you for your speech. Also, I would like to say that now we have Matthew Baldwin with us online. He is Deputy General Director of DG of Energy from the European Commission and also had a working group on housing. So, Matthew,
Good morning. Delighted to be with you, ladies and gentlemen, dear deputy ministers, mayors, members of parliament, dear colleagues and friends. It's really an honor and a privilege to be with you today. Many, many thanks to colleagues who've helped put this together, Julie Lawson for all her inspirational leadership, to Stefan and colleagues at the delegation in Kiev, and Christoph and all the colleagues at DG Enest who lead on the relationship on housing with Ukraine, of course, in the context of reconstruction. It really is a privilege to be with you today, not just as a representative of the European Commissioner and the head of the new European Commission task force on affordable, sustainable and decent housing, but frankly speaking, as a fellow citizen of a common continent that believes in something very simple and very human, that it is very high on the list of essential human rights for everyone to have a safe, affordable, sustainable, decent, and let me say that word again, safe home. And of course, as the Deputy Minister said, the ability of the state to provide that is critical. And it's something which is, of course, high on the agenda for you. And why? Because let's not forget, because Putin has chosen to wage war not just against Ukraine, but against Ukraine's citizens. This is a war against Ukraine's people, against your housing sector. So we shouldn't be surprised that it's the most affected sector, as I've learned this morning from the Deputy Minister. And this is why, of course, it's also so critical that we're able to literally help you to fight back in this. I was invited to say a word about what we're doing inside the European Union. And to let me begin with that, housing, of course, has zoomed up the political agenda in Europe for a very different set of reasons as to the priority in the Ukraine. But it's worth exploring because I think ultimately it will there will be some very important common currents. We've been charged in the European Commission to address these concerns, which were very prominent in the European election campaign in the spring of last year. We have the first ever Commissioner for Housing, my boss, Dan Johnson, who's also responsible for energy, so he's a busy man. We have the first ever EU Housing Task Force, which I have the honor to lead. And we are preparing the first ever affordable housing plan for Europe. As a key part of that, and I know that's high on your priorities too, it's about helping member states unlock billions in more investment for new construction, for renovation, for repurposing of buildings, for densification of existing buildings, enabling more people to live with housing security, with dignity, as President Ursula von der Leyen used in her speech last week at the State of the Union, with hope. Housing is essential to our societies. The nature of the crisis, of course, in Europe is not the same as the crisis of literally a reconstruction that you're facing. But let me briefly describe to you how it manifests itself here in the European Union. Across the Union, our rents are rising. House prices are going through the roof. Energy bills are biting. 47% of the population of the European Union cannot afford to adequately heat their homes during winter, and a high percentage of them can't afford adequately to cool them in summer. Homelessness is on the increase. Now, more than 1 million people in Europe facing the scourge of homelessness, and it's affecting 400,000 children as well. Young families, key workers, pensioners are all feeling the pressure. Firemen, teachers, policemen often simply cannot live in the cities where they're serving. This is not an isolated crisis in one or other small parts of Europe. This is really a systemic challenge right across the European Union, and it's one that we can and we must meet. What we are doing about it is that we are working through all of our institutions to try to address this crisis. As I think Stefan mentioned in his opening remarks, we've been charged with bringing forward the European Affordable Housing Plan as quickly as we can. The European Parliament has formed a special committee, the House Committee, which is planning to report equally as soon as it can, probably in the early part of next year as things stand. The Council is working on draft conclusions on housing. We've formed the first Housing Advisory Board to give us independent recommendations on how we can take forward the work. It is a cross-institutional, cross-European effort, and we're working very, very intensely also with member states. We have a big meeting coming up in a couple of weeks' time, organized by the Danish presidency in Copenhagen, to look, again, across all the different institutions at where Europe can add value to the work that's being led by member states and cities and regions on housing. That brings me to Ukraine. I give you all this background to let you know that you're not alone in this effort. It's, again, a very different challenge, but we really salute your courage in defending your freedom, in your determination to build back better, a phrase we used in COVID, but I hear you literally using it in the context of housing, and it's great to hear. A new housing system, one that reflects our common European values of affordability, sustainability, decency, inclusion. My colleagues in DG Enest, who are working very closely with you in this work, our colleagues at the delegation informed me that you're doing great things to digitize waiting lists, to reform your legislation, to pilot municipal housing companies, creating homes for all of your hundreds of thousands of displaced people, renovating damaged buildings, and again, building back with people at the center of this work. I was very encouraged to hear the minister talking in this way. In the face of such destruction and misery, I don't think it should be for me to say, living safely here in Brussels, that this is also an opportunity for Ukraine. But given that the deputy minister used that words, I do understand that. and I salute it. I think it genuinely is a huge opportunity. So let us bring our common knowledge to bear. The opportunity is to bring the everyday benefits in terms of lower energy bills, in terms of warmer and safer houses, of energy efficiency, bringing that, mainstreaming that into our housing to protect people from fuel poverty, from climate extremes. We know the importance of safe and warm housing for our health, our physical health, our mental health. For children, how do you study if you can't find a warm, dry place to study? We know the importance also in Europe over many, many years of social housing, sometimes called public housing, cooperative housing, and alternative housing models to bring communities together, especially in difficult times. So I was very pleased to hear the ideas expressed by the Deputy Ministers of a new social housing system fit for purpose. I look forward to hearing more about the pilot projects that you're putting together and how that goes. And last but not least, I think we know between us, and I think you also, how important it is to make housing inclusive for the young, who are really at the forefront of this crisis in Europe's cities, for the elderly, for the disabled, for the displaced, of course, in Ukraine, for the everyday workers who keep our cities running. Housing isn't just about the bricks and mortar, the four walls and the roof. It's not only about that infrastructure. It's about, if I could call it, social glue, building our social cohesion, building a broader community, not just in isolation, but bringing in the need for broader social services, for shops, for services, for schools. When people have stable, affordable, sustainable homes in the context of a broader society, they're healthier. As I've said before, children learn better, workers are more productive. Personally, I believe it makes our democracy and our political systems better. Of course, in Ukraine, where so many homes have been lost or damaged to war, rebuilding is not just about shelter, however much important that is. It's about reforming societies. And so again, it's so interesting for me to hear you're using this opportunity, I use that word again, to drive reforms in your housing sector. Let's be bold with our reforms. There's plenty we need too in the European Union. Let's be bold with public investment. Let's be creative with financing. Let's be relentless in our focus on people. Dear friends, it's really an honor and a privilege to join you briefly today. I'm sorry I won't be able to stay for all the discussions, but I look forward to hearing about it. The road ahead that we face won't be easy, but it really is worth it. I heard recently of a Ukrainian mayor who said, we're not rebuilding what was, we are building what should be. Let's hold on to that vision as you embark on your work of homes that nurture the young and protect the old, homes that last, and homes that reflect the common Europe that we believe in. A Europe that's united in our values and a Ukraine rooted in hope. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraine.
Героям слава. Thank you very much, dear Matthew. It was a great pleasure to have you here online with us today. We highly appreciate your engagement and your input in our today's workshop. А зараз я з радістю
And now it's my pleasure to invite Professor Julie Lawson, the lead author for Housing 2030, EU Starter Project Expert, moderator. And
to be with you and to be back in Kiev again, and also with everybody online. Also, there's a huge following, a lot of people who care about housing and recovery in Ukraine. And it's also great to see everybody here in the audience. So thank you so much for your efforts. So as was mentioned, my name is Julie Lawson. I'm, I guess, a senior expert of a really great team of the Starter Group. I'm also a adjunct professor at RMIT University, RMIT that's been way out there, down under, but so with you right from the early days in 2022. I'm also the lead author of the UN's report Housing 2030, which is actually a report which brings together UN Habitat, UNECE, and Housing Europe on issues around housing on tools for affordable and inclusive housing. And that was also written as a team. I have a great team also here in Anastasia Bobrova, who's with me, who's the director of SADOS. I have also a wonderful team from the EU delegation. Thank you very much for your tireless and meticulous concern and support. Thank you also to Bartos and to Martina, also back in Warsaw. So it's great to see so many international partners so committed, as I said. Over the past year, our work has focused on one question: how do we move from emergency, sporadic, perhaps small scale, to a much more, to bring good ideas forward into a working system, a more productive system that delivers secure, quality, affordable and energy efficient homes, and especially leaving nobody behind, a system that works for all. In this shared direction, we've contributed towards clear, evidence-based path for Ukraine's state housing strategy, bringing forward perhaps some tough recommendations, but some clear priorities which have built up over the actually almost decades of recommendations to support Ukraine. About responsibilities and also investing in those responsibilities, making sure that it's not just words on paper, but it's actually fundable and also supported with a program to support, for example, affordable housing system. Also, we've brought together and forward a lot of connection on European best practices. You might remember almost a year ago, we had 12 mayors and 5 ministers come to Vienna, but they've also been travelling all over Europe, to Tallinn, to Paris, to Nuremberg, to Berlin, many, many cities, and many more they should. Keep up the knowledge exchange, also with close neighbours in Poland, in Czechia, who are also making formative systems that are very relevant and very important. It's fantastic to see the efforts that have been made in the General Principles Law, and also the lively debate that's going on to improve it as well. It will be a modern legal framework, one which the Deputy Ministers battled really hard for and really stayed the course, involving responsible tasks for and prioritising needs that safeguard also housing assets for future generations. We've also put in support for an operating model for affordable housing that supports a more sustainable approach, one which is fiscally responsible, one that is more inclusive, that is not simply a silo or an institutional segment, one that's much more integrated and brings people in need into communities. We call this the cost rent provider model. We've also looked at ways in which that can be applied and brought examples of that from Czechia, from Vienna, from Poland, from Finland, from Denmark to discussion. Everything that we've done so far is summarised in 4 reports. And I'm being very, very pleased to hand over those 4 reports to Deputy Minister Kozłowska, who's been such a trooper, such a battler in housing policy, and I have enormous respect for her work and her efforts. So I'd like to hand over this work to you and also and wish you well. But of course, thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah. So what's in that goodie bag? So there's 4 key reports. They're all now also for you to be downloadable. You can find that via that YouTube link. And I'm very, very pleased and grateful for the role that many people have played in supporting those reports. I'd also like a special mention to the European Investment Bank and also its team in Dmitro Levitsky and Grzegorz Gajda, who have also been superb sounding boards, critical friends, and very knowledgeable partners. And also to make mention of the key champions in the European Commission, Jan Ruth and Krzysztof Góralski, who've been brilliant, supported and backed up with the EU delegation in Kiev. So why now? We're going to move on. We've got a really exciting panel coming up about priorities and next steps. It's designed to turn some of this evidence and experience and knowledge from locals and key experts and national leaders to fruition. So as we've heard already, we have the honour of Natalia Kozlowska. If you'd really like to come and join us, who will speak first to outline a little bit more on the government strategy role and its intentions. We also have coming from the Ukrainian Association of Ukrainian Cities, we've got Alexander Slobosan, who will be also speaking on required roles, co-financing issues, data and delivery at the city level. We've also got Professor online, we've got Professor Padraig Kena, who's one of Europe's leading lights in housing law. We have also Vita Snyder, who brings the tenants' perspective on rights, fair allocation and consumer standards from the Ukraine Tenants Union. We have Tengiz Gotoshvili from the World Bank outlining his thoughts also. We have also Krzysztof Gurelski coming online from the European Commission, who's been one of the leading lights in energy efficiency for the last 20 years and the Energy Efficiency Fund. We thank him for his involvement in coming to he's been in Kiev many times. This time he'll be online from Brussels. We'll be hearing from Dana Bircher from the Council of Europe Bank, who has a key role to play, of course, as a recovery development bank. And importantly, we'll be hearing from Yulia Sabatyuk, who could come up to the audience now. So I invite all of you, and also our moderator is Serhiy Komyatny, who's one of Ukraine's leading national housing experts. If I could see Serhiy, could you please come and take a seat at the panel, which will be moderated. Also, there's Alexei, who's just arriving right at the right moment. Yulia's coming on board. Alexei, please come. And Serhiy, take the floor. Thank you.
Good morning, dear friends. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the great honor, for the possibility to moderate this panel. Today we are going to talk about the modern system of formulating the policy, the residential policy of Ukraine, how to make it affordable, quality, and energy effective. We're going to talk about the right for the resident for housing as a basic human right. We're going to talk about institutional changes, about the changes to our policy, what's been implemented, and what we have in our pipeline. Thank you for all the panelists for participating, for finding time in your tight schedules to participate. Today we have a very unique opportunity because we have a very high level of representation among governmental, intergovernmental, and international financial institutions. The sum of this professional knowledge imbues us with hope that this discussion is going to be interesting and productive. And by kicking off this panel discussion, I would like to talk about some logistical and timing issues. So for panelists, it would be great if you could make it into 7 minutes so that we have some time for questions and answers at the end of our panel discussion. We have both online and offline participants and panelists and people who are going to ask questions. And in order to set the direction for our discussion, I would like to start with the first question, and that I would like to direct to Natalia Kozlovska. I believe that our participants, both online and offline, it's important for them to understand the progress made by the ministry and the government at large towards residential policy. What are the challenges and barriers towards the formulation of a sustainable residential policy of Ukraine? Thank you very much, Serhiy. This panel is indeed a good continuation of the general framework that is forming up. And the general opinion is forming up that the policy needs to be changed, not only in terms of the tools of recovery and reconstruction, but also to answer the questions of every Ukrainian, uh, which many Ukrainians ask on how they could obtain sustainable housing. So if we are reformulating we are currently very actively reformulating our residential policy. We have a draft law, a framework law, which has gone through the first vote, and now it's being prepared in the committee in a run-up for the second vote. And we hope that in the next month, we hope to bring it to the voting floor for the second vote, and thus implement the chance of Ukraine to reform its residential policy. But that is only one part of the work that we're doing, because the second part is related to the tools and instruments which we are implementing with specific actions to recover and rebuild the damaged and destroyed housing properties. And for us, it's crucial to spend a bit more time talking about the tools which are already in employment, and as well as the plans which we can discuss with our partners in order to expand them. The first product which you know about, which we are talking about for more than 2 years, it's the e-recovery, e-відновлення, which is a project to compensate citizens um, for their damaged property. Here, I'd like to thank Tango and the World Bank Group, uh, because over 100,000 and 10,000 households have received directed assistance, which is a bound monetary assistance, which can only be used for construction or reconstruction or renovation. That allows families to renovate. This instrument is crucial. We see stable demand among our citizens for the implementation of this, because this is related to the house owner to receive targeted assistance to renovate and rebuild to recover and rebuild their housing. The criteria is for the owner to be registered and hold an official title in the registry. And this is where I would like to call upon all the citizens of Ukraine to take all of the documents that they have at home, come to an administrative service center, and duly register your title with the Registry of Property Rights of Ukraine, if you haven't done this before. I call on all of the associations, the local governments, to anyone whom it may concern, who works directly with citizens through their communities, also to bring this information, inform citizens about this. I call all of the citizens to make our job simpler, to reimburse you. If your house has been damaged or destroyed and you can prove ownership and prove title, it's going to greatly accelerate us being able to help you. This product is in its fourth iteration. It's been continued for 4 times, prolonged for 4 times by the World Bank, and we hope for more continuity. Another project is the project for compensation for destroyed property, and I'd like to thank Ms. Diana Bartiev and the entire team of the Bank of Development of the Council of Europe. if the property has been classified as destroyed. Today, over 15,000 families have already received compensation for their property classified as destroyed. All of these 15,000 families have a sustainable housing solution. And as of now, we are opening the second financing pool with the Development Bank of the Council of Europe. And once we start implementation, we will start discussing the third stage of financing. Just like Mr. Leona said, the project that we are already planning to implement, it provides compensation for the people whose housing was left on the occupied territory. We have a very important social request for that amongst the society at large, and now the government has already ruled accordingly, and they already have adopted a procedure for providing the compensation in these situations. And we're starting with two vulnerable categories. First are ex-combatants and people who have been maimed or permanently injured as a result of the war, so that we have veterans covered, so that they don't think about housing but more think about their socialization and economic activity after they have finished completed their service, and the people who have been injured and disabled due to the war, so that they don't think about housing, but also they know about, that they're cared about and they have a stable housing situation. And this is where we call upon all of our partners to join us in this effort. With regard to a very another important direction for us, uh, is the reconstruction of multi-apartment buildings. This here we can leverage the energy efficiency fund, which allow us to recover and reconstruct buildings which have very minute damages, but they have been registered as in the registry of damaged buildings. Here we have information about 37.2 thousand building multi-apartment buildings which have are registered as either damaged or destroyed. Uh, of the damaged ones among them is 17.5 thousand. Just imagine the number of families who need their houses to be restored, repaired, so that these families can come back to their homes. And here is where we see the need to, an urgent need to support this direction of reconstruction. We can use both the energy efficiency fund or to expand the instruments of the energy efficiency fund, considering that within the existing projects, the average cost of recovering of such a building, uh, considering the track record of the United 24 and the uh, uh, and other funds, about 50 million hryvnias is a cost for restoring one building. So we need to think about the implementation of this instrument, and we need to understand how the 2,500 buildings which have been severely damaged, how they can obtain a financial instrument which will allow them to be rebuilt. This instrument is very important, and for us it's very important to develop quality, transparent, and workable solutions to help these people come back to their homes. Third important option.
A third very important direction that I cannot miss is forming social funds. We can talk a lot about that because this is an instrument which is essential. Now we are both forming legislative framework. So now we're talking about the version of the law on social housing on the one hand. On the other hand, we're talking about the developments which exist with the European Investment Bank and also the European Commission. As for implementation of a pilot project on forming these funds, So what is the goal of this project? First of all, is to show the local authorities that actually it can happen. This one thing. Second, that it is actually a good instrument for local government to answer the questions of the citizens about solving those issues. On the other hand, as for the third component, we see that it can be a good tool for business about expansion of those directions in which the business works, and they can also be the operators of social work. Our main goal is to form a tool which, on the one hand, is going to help the citizens to answer to the locality, to actually have good, high quality, understandable instrument. On the other hand, actually, for the business to also have this developed instrument that they can implement in totally different format than it is happening as of now. Besides, in the beginning of our discussion, we were talking that we have a lot of IDPs. We came back to the data of Ministry of Social Policy, and about 4.6 million citizens. They all have different incomes, and also therefore an efficient instrument which allows the IDPs to solve that issue, in our opinion, could be discounted mortgage loans. And I would like to confirm the sequence of the actions of German government and KfW Bank that helps to implement a project on the territory of Ukraine envisages discounted mortgage loans to IDPs. We believe that for such citizens who have stable income as of now, it can be a good, high quality instrument for a long-term solution to have their own housing in that safe place which they are in now. So actually, these components are very important as an instrument for us. They can be implemented on the territory of Ukraine. They already have some quality results and constantly improved for its housing issues. So as of now, these instruments are important. I'm calling on everyone to concentrate on those. So it's just also the list, but also the restoration of apartment buildings with all energy efficiency measures to be taken, also the energy efficiency for the foundation, also the social housing, and also the mortgage. So these are the instruments we're concentrating on, and we plan to expand the directions in this context. Thank you, Natalia. First of all, I would like to say that Ukraine now has unprecedented support with international organizations and financial institutions. And the vision of the government and your ministry is very important, because it is the Ministry of Development that forms state housing policy and coordinates the process of this reform. Dear colleagues, the stand of the European Union is extremely important for us, because we're talking about the reforms that should be agreed with the European standards and values. Online, we have Krzysztof Gieruski joining us, and I would like to ask the following question. So, what have the EU and Ukraine achieved to accelerate access to high-quality restoration? What kind of challenges emerged during integration of EU legislation and its regulations during the reform of housing policy in Ukraine? Krzysztof, the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. Kiev and everyone who is online.
I think the first question about what, if I understood correctly, what we have achieved working together, and I think the word "together" is a very nice word. I have to say that achievements that over the past 10 years in the field of reforming the housing sector, also energy efficiency, the two are closely related. They are achievements of Ukraine. Ukraine has achieved them, but on the other hand, there have been lots of experts who have been helping with the process in the past, who are helping now. This technical assistance is still available and will be available. And which I would like to say big thank you to all those experts who have put a lot of experience, a lot of expertise, and also a lot of heart from the EU and other countries to help Europe, to help Ukraine in these major efforts. So not just small changes, but really deep reforms. There have been a lot of achievements. I would just focus on probably pick up two, but broad ones. The first, let's say, more political aspect is the fact that Ukraine has been invited to the process of enlargement to the EU, and this is just a result of a major work, and not like maybe even some people in the EU still may be thinking that this has happened because of the war, but this is not true, because this happened because Ukraine actually did a lot of reforms to get closer to the EU, to become like an EU country. A lot has been done. Having said that, there is still, of course, a lot to be implemented. And because of my background, I think I will just focus on this interrelationship between energy efficiency and housing reforms, because the two are very closely related in Ukraine in particular. When I came first in 2014 to Ukraine, starting working on helping with the reforms, I realized very quickly that the biggest potential in energy efficiency by far in Ukraine is in the residential sector, in housing. And on the other hand, making some major progress on energy efficiency in the residential sector will not happen without certain reforms of the housing sector itself, including, for example, creation of homeowners associations that was so critical in early days in 2016, 17, 18, with legislation that was put forward at that time, without which it would be difficult, or very difficult, to actually support energy efficiency improvements in multi-apartment buildings. So this interrelationship has been always very close. And now, also during wartime, this effort needs to obviously continue. Before the war, we calculated together with the ministry that the potential to save energy in the housing sector is probably something around an equivalent of 8 billion cubic meters of gas. This means that renovation of the housing stock to the level of the neighboring countries like Poland would mean that Ukraine would not have to import any gas, and this would make a huge difference geopolitically, obviously. Of course, this is not going to happen just by itself. It requires time, but it's not only about money. As I mentioned earlier, the EU support to the renovations to energy efficiency of buildings has been also made conditional at some point to certain reforms, like introduction of laws that were put already some years ago, on the creation of homeowners associations framework, the legislation on housing, on communal services. All of this is all closely related. And I would probably use something that sometimes in the EU language we use about legislation, about policy measures, when there is this kind of close interrelation. It's not only interrelation. I would say we use the word like enablers or enabling legislation. In simple words, this means like reforms in housing have in many cases been like a key to a door, which opens a door to another reform. So it means that the reforms in housing are absolutely necessary to make things happen also on energy efficiency. The other major achievement has been institutional creation of energy efficiency fund, by far, in my opinion, has been a big milestone. Both also, it's a flagship for joint collaboration between EU and Ukraine, creation of an institution. So it's not a project, it's not something that was created just only for a short period of time, but an institution with all experience already accumulated in Ukraine to continue working for another 40 years. Also, during the wartime, it has proven to be already successful. And this is not only about, again, a renovation of buildings and improving the healthy living conditions for the Ukrainian citizens, but also during wartime, if I remember, in 2022, more than 900 homeowners associations were created, and 2023, more than 1,000 of OSBB have been created, mainly because there was energy efficiency fund offering assistance to homeowners associations. And I think the good thing that happened was that indeed the system that was put in place was to provide people with say a fishing rod, not just to give people a fish, but to give them a fishing rod. This is much more sustainable, and this is a great achievement, something that other countries of Eastern Partnership have not seen to this extent. And I have been working with reforms also in other countries, in Moldova, for example. I have been speaking to people from other countries of Eastern Partnership, like Georgia, and all of them have been looking at Energy Efficiency Fund as something that everybody would wish to have. So this is a great achievement, and of course we'll need to continue, because this is not just only to function only when the support from the donors is available, but also to continue when, well, at some point it will have to become fully of ownership of Ukraine. I don't know if I should answer all the questions at once, or if I would be allowed to come back to challenges maybe a bit later. Panie Sergio.
Дякую. Дякую.
Thank you, Krzysztof. For us, it is extremely important to hear the opinion of the European Union during our reforms, and our following speaker will also be a representative of a research community, professor who is researching the systems of sustainable housing solutions and policies. And Professor, the following question is for you. What are the legal guarantees that we need to implement the right to housing in Ukraine, and which manner of housing reform should bring us to the European level standards? The floor is yours. You're muted. We do not hear you. You are muted. We don't hear you. Please unmute yourself.
Можливо, вимкнений звук.
Good morning.
Зараз чути.
Доброго ранку. Ladies and gentlemen, deputy ministers, mayor, esteemed colleagues. It's a privilege to speak with you today as Ukraine charts a new path towards rebuilding its housing system. This effort, which is rooted in European human rights law and the Council of Europe's legal standards. Housing, of course, is not simply an economic good or an asset. It is also a policy goal and a fundamental human right. This is already recognized by Ukraine in the European Social Charter and, of course, in Articles 47 and 48 of its constitution. This year, in my report to the Council of Europe on the right to housing and European good practices, I outlined concrete, actionable steps that can be taken to translate this right from a principle into a reality. And today, I wish to highlight 4 key recommendations. The first is to codify the right to housing into national law While the right to housing exists in the Constitution of Ukraine, this requires legislative, institutional, and policy measures to make it a reality. Legislation and policy must explicitly define the right to adequate housing, with minimum enforceable standards on accessibility, security of tenure, affordability, and habitability. And this also includes minimum standards for homeless accommodation, so that we don't have a two-tier system of right to housing. Public authorities should be given clear legal duties and adequate resources with measurable targets to realize this right progressively, especially for those vulnerable groups such as internally displaced persons, older persons, persons with disabilities, and families with children. There must be also an effective, speedy, and independent framework for adjudicating on violations of the right to housing, where the right has not been respected, where people have been denied it. A right, there's a saying, a right without a remedy is not a right at all. Number two, we need to guarantee access to affordable and secure rental housing. The right to housing cannot be realized without legal protection for tenants and others against arbitrary evictions. We also need affordability measures such as rent regulation and adequate financial support for poor people. We need guaranteed speedy access for vulnerable groups, including protection against discrimination. Rental housing, of course, must be governed by fair rental tenancy laws, offering stability and transparent rent-setting mechanisms. States have a positive obligation to regulate these rental markets to prevent exploitation and to advance social cohesion in the context of the major role that the private rented sector takes up in almost every society. And the third recommendation is to expand and protect the social housing sector. The provision of social housing is one of the most direct and effective ways for the state to ensure that everyone has access to housing. To meet the demands of the European Social Charter, I would recommend that Ukraine would invest in a growing stock of publicly or non-profit managed social housing, ensure transparent, rights-based allocation systems, and prevent residualization and spatial segregation, particularly for displaced persons, ethnic minorities, and young families. Indeed, the UN Economic Commission for Europe guidelines on social housing in 2006 specifically referred to this issue of residualization. And it says the standards of social housing estates should not be lower than the average housing standards in a country to avoid stigmatization and social segregation. Now, we know from our European research that the long-term consequences of segregated housing and residualization, the costs are enormous, socially, physically, and financially. And this is really so important to emphasize. Number four, we recommend to establish monitoring, enforcement, and oversight mechanisms. Legal rights and policies mean little without enforcement, and I would recommend that Ukraine appoint a dedicated housing rights ombudsman person and integrate housing rights into the mandate of existing human rights bodies and the public defender system. Annual public audits on levels and nature of homelessness, evictions, housing availability, affordability, standards of housing, standard and quality of housing, and access arrangements should be carried out. There should be budget transparency in housing expenditure. And then number five, I would say align your policy, your approach with European standards and peer learning. Benchmark your reforms with Articles 16 and 31 of the European Social Charter, the European Pillar of Social Rights, the UN Economic Commission for Europe reports, particularly Housing 2030, and of course, other Council of Europe guidelines. This would involve adopting best practice models for social housing policy and institutional arrangements from countries where evidence has shown that these are successful, but also which have strong rights-based frameworks. participate in mutual evaluations and international exchanges. And most importantly, ensure there's a coherence between the national laws and policies and the international commitments. Excuse me. Let me leave you with this because we have a short time. I'm very happy to answer questions. The right to housing must not be seen as aspirational. It must be effective. It must be integrated into all housing laws, policies, strategies, and actions. It must be recognized and respected in wider public policy also, including and especially in economic governance arrangements, taxation policies, and even mortgage market regulations. Empowering people as housing consumers, whether tenants or purchasers, such as apartment owners, leads to good regulation and remedies, but can also be a very important element of the realization of housing rights. Supporting independent tenant and consumer organizations is a key to this, to the effectiveness of this. So, when grounded in clear and measurable legal standards supported by effective institutions and effectively realized through inclusive rental and social housing systems, housing becomes not only a right, but a foundation for stability, dignity, and recovery. The journey towards the full realization of this right will involve many challenges, but once the commitment is clear, many obstacles can be overcome. And I am sure that the Council of Europe stands ready to support you every step of the way. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Дякую, пане професоре.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your valuable feedback. They are an important indicator for us to do right and avoid errors. Also, we would like to invite Vita Schneider, who is a researcher of the housing market, who can provide us with practical and actionable advice for regulating the private renting market and how regulation can play a critical role. Good. Good morning. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me today. I'm going to share my perspective as an activist in this in the Association for Home Renters, which is a grassroots organization which aims to defend the renters' rights for affordable and high quality and sustainable housing. So thank you very much for your question. In Ukraine, the renting sometimes is a forced measure for millions of people. We know that 60% of internally displaced persons have to rent housing, and the number of households who are renting have grown by 13%. Of course, people who are renting, they are the most vulnerable as compared to homeowners. We have many applications to our association where the deposits are not being returned, where rent is being raised in violation of the contract and the residential code. In order to change that, we need to better regulate the renting market. We understand that there needs to be a home renting law, which is similar to a land renting law, which is already in effect. There are also some very sound European practices in Europe, which we are orienting towards and which we would like to have implemented in Ukraine. First of all, we believe that the price of rent should be regulated. There are multiple options how this can be done. Rent could be frozen due to the martial law. A ceiling or a rent cap could be established. There could be a rent cap as compared to the considering the characteristics of the residential property. And if we're talking about market pricing, which we wouldn't want to limit, then we could bind ourselves in using the German Mietbremse mechanism, where the landlord cannot charge more than 5% more than the average market rate. But of course, adequate regulation is not enough, because we have a civil code which regulates a lot of things, but it has less force than a contract, which can be much more restrictive and unfavorable. So in renting, we live like Europe lived pre-World War One, which is a very backward way to do it currently, which means that the renters cannot go to court to defend their rights, because litigation for rent is very protracted and very expensive, especially when we're talking about a smaller amount of a deposit which is not being returned, etc. This is why we believe that litigation with regard to rent must be streamlined by creating something like rent tribunals, using the Swedish model, which could expediently hear on matters related to renting. That will ensure enforceability of these contracts, because they can actually be litigated, and they could actually be enforceable. Also, we need to ensure registering rent agreements with the local authorities to ensure taxation and statistics. We believe that the renters of the cheapest housing are the most vulnerable. This is why to stimulate this market, we could ensure tax exemptions. Also, we need to regulate the uh, we need to ensure the regulation of real estate agents who basically price gouge on uh, the renters, and we need to ensure that the landlord pays the real estate agent, not the renter. Also consider talking about the social housing system. As far as we understand, social housing is built on the renting model, which means all of the users are going to pay rent. So the question arises about the subsidization of this rent, and I think this is going to be discussed in the next panel. But for this reason, the system of social housing urgently needs to uh, crucially needs to follow very strict and enforceable rules of social renting. I understand, as an activist, I understand that uh, social renting can help many people because it can provide a good example with a signed contract, with stipulated rights and obligations, with stipulated term of stay, pricing, etc. And secondly, based on the Austrian experience, a large sector of a large market of social renting can positively stimulate the market. Because if a social market exists with regulated pricing, private landlords will not be able to arbitrarily raise rent. Of course, this sector is going to take many years to implement social housing. But in the interim, we believe that rent amount regulation would also be important to ensure the rights of renters while the social housing market is being implemented. Thank you very much, Vita. You are really raising very important matters. You have a very diverse and sizable amount of international experience, and as an expert of some international organizations, we remark very positive interaction between the grassroots civil society organizations and the ministry. So please participate in the ministry's discussion, because together we can achieve real results. Dear colleagues, by transitioning to the next speaker who's going to be joining us online, I'd like to say that the role of the international financial organizations is very important in the reconstruction of Ukraine's housing. And World Bank has a unique blend of experience uh, with blending the local and global experience. This is why we would like to ask Tengiz about his experience and his opinion on what are the best ways to unite affordability and financial stability during the formulation of residential policy.
Ранку всім.
Good morning, everybody.
Welcome to everyone, to all the participants, many known faces and new that I've just met on the screen. And of course, thank you very much to the organizers for putting this very important event together. I prepared two very simple slides. Thank you. So we all know that Ukraine is facing an unprecedented challenge as we speak, right? We are talking about the needs that are enormous. We are talking about 4 million displaced people, give or take, given different data. We are talking about 7 million refugees who fled the country, and those are the potential returnees at some point. We are talking about hundreds of thousands of damaged and destroyed housing. We are talking about the communities who require complete reconstruction. It's also very important to remember that before this devastating invasion, Ukraine already had substantial housing gaps, whether it's the aging housing stock, whether it's unregulated or limited formal rental market, or the affordability issues, as many have noted, for young families, for the youth, and also vulnerable groups. We're talking about hundreds of thousands on the waiting lists and many, many more. Of course, this invasion, this devastating event, has made those challenges even bigger. It's very important to also remember that the budget deficit that the country has seen in the past 3 years is likely to worsen as we go forward, given the need to scale up the defense spending and also enormous recovery needs. This means that public funds alone will never be sufficient to meet the housing needs. The only way forward is to combine targeted, I'm underlining the word targeted, and I'll talk about it later as well, public support with private sector investments, finding a fine balance between affordability for the citizens and financial sustainability for the investors. Dear Serhi, let me thank you for your great question. Balancing housing affordability for citizens with financial sustainability for investors is in the heart of Ukraine's housing challenge. I would ask the organizers to move to the second slide, please. But the good news is, as Serhi noted, that we all come together, the international partners, financiers, to bring together and to Ukraine good lessons that have been learned in many different places. With that, I would like to introduce 6 very simple principles that need to be taken forward as we talk about the priorities of the housing sector in Ukraine. First, diversifying housing instruments. Housing policy should offer people a variety of choices. Here we are talking about repairs, we are talking about certificates for home ownership, we are talking about rental support, cooperatives, rent-to-own schemes, and many more. We saw in the previous slide, and many speakers have already noted, that the needs are enormous, right? And therefore, diversifying those instruments is equally critical. Importantly, this also means to get the right balance between low-cost interventions, which may include low-budget repairs that are quick and bring the units back to livability shortly, or more expensive and long-term solutions like construction of any sort and kind. We all know that many Eastern European countries in early 2000s have followed targeted repairs sort of approach where they allowed older housing units to be renovated quickly at a reasonably low cost. That helped to avoid overburdening public spending and reaching the objectives well. The second approach I would highlight is targeted public support. Affordability cannot be solved by the market alone, and we all know it well. But instead, trying to subsidize everyone will be also not the right way forward, and therefore the government should focus resources on those who need help the most. This will, of course, include war-affected households, displaced families, lowest income groups, and I think the government of Ukraine, represented by our line ministry, has been doing a fantastic job on that. Deputy Minister Kozlovska has already mentioned that many instruments are in place, but it is really a matter of defining them carefully at the operational level and in the strategy going forward. One great example would be Ukraine's recently introduced rental support program, which is undoubtedly a huge step forward to help families gain access to decent housing, but at the same time for investors and landlords who could benefit from predictable demand and income. However, this instrument, we all know, is lacking uptake due to regulatory and market informality issues that requires attention. Third, public-private partnerships. Government can share risk with private developers while ensuring that affordability of units are delivered. A great example is the recent devastating event in Turkey a couple of years ago, where the municipalities provided land and infrastructure, and the private sector came in with financing for new construction. In return, part of the housing stock was kept for affordable use. Ukraine, of course, if implemented rightly, could also apply this model by municipalities offering service land while developers building mixed-use assets. De-risking mechanism, the fourth point. Investors are and will be cautious in Ukraine, especially in the post-war context. That's why de-risking tools can come in very helpful. These may include credit guarantees, these may include blended finance, or even insurance against specific risks. There are a number of countries who have implemented such instruments globally where the bank has experience, and we would be happy to come in to help with that. Regulatory and planning frameworks. We all know that in Ukraine, like in many Eastern post-Soviet European countries, regulatory and planning frameworks, that's a very, very critical point that is also concerning for the investors, as it promotes lack of predictability and serves as a big bottleneck for the investors to come in. These may include complex permitting processes, unclear land titles, or any other issues related to inconsistent building codes, which oftentimes result in the raising costs and uncertainty. There are also good lessons on this one, especially on zoning, on the land plan, on the land use planning, and many others, where I think we, all the international partners, can come together to help Ukraine to take this important thing forward. And last but not the least, Christoph has mentioned, Natalia has mentioned, other speakers have underlined it, energy efficiency and the quality of the housing stock. We all know that affordability, it is not only about the purchase price or the rent price. Long-term costs, especially utilities, are equally important for the families. If housing is poorly insulated, which is the case in Ukraine in many ways, people end up paying much more in the long run. There are cases in the immediate neighborhood of Ukraine where large-scale building retrofits similar to what Energy Efficiency Fund has been promoting in Ukraine for the last couple of years, can give big returns, especially in the mid and long term. For Ukraine, who faces high energy costs and to rebuild at scale, ensuring that new and rehabilitated housing meets moderate efficiency standards will be equally critical. Here we should not also forget about the operation and maintenance of the buildings, which is yet another very critical point. And we know that the work is being also undergoing in this direction, but setting the operational models that will help the you name it, associations or the organizations or the homeowner structures, it is important to be further promoted in Ukraine. Let me conclude that with all this in mind, I would like to call on all the participants of today's event and everyone beyond who's not here with us today to begin engaging in thematic discussions that can translate these very useful insights into concrete recommendations and, more importantly, into substantive content that will be of great help for the forthcoming housing strategy. We, with you, with our partners, with the government counterparts, and of course, friends, we stand ready to provide all the support needed to move this important agenda forward. Thank you all very much, and happy to take any questions that may come forward. Thank you, Serhii. Thank you all.
Дякую, Тенгіз.
Thank you, Tengiz. Your thoughts are always very interesting and important. It's extremely important in the framework of such sensitive reform to find the right balance of social justice and economic efficiency. That's why the approaches that you have singled out to build sustainable housing policy, affordable housing, they really have to join into future housing strategies. And this is going to be the following, but parallel, extremely important step. And I thank the World Bank for always being together with us in this process. Colleagues, our following participants are going to be here in the room. And I would like to give the floor to Yulia Sabatyuk, who is the head of the Supervision Board of Energy Efficiency, because we are reconstructing the country for future generations and understand that the housing should be not just accessible, but also contemporary energy efficiency. So, Yulia, what are the programs of energy efficiency, in your opinion, could be upscaled for post-war reconstruction to ensure energy efficient and accessible solutions, and maybe how the Energy Efficiency Fund can cooperate with the communities? Which are the biggest obstacles are now in the field of management? Yes, good morning. First of all, I'm grateful for the invitation to speak my mind as a representative of Energy Efficiency Fund, but I would also like to build my presentation as a practicing head of association, and why we're not running into the fund immediately. But first of all, I'm thankful to Ukrainian government, the EU and Germany for creating such an institution as Energy Efficiency Fund. For me, actually, is the head of homeowner association since 2001. And when I started the first modernization of the house in 2009, I have seen so much progress. So I'm happy that there are so many people engaged in that process, which is going to make our Ukraine energy safe. Because implementing energy efficient methods, first of all, it is about our safety. As for Energy Efficient Fund, no doubt, one of our programs is actually the program of Energy House, which has shown and proven that co-owners are ready to introduce energy efficiency. And actually, if they see transparency, if they understand all the procedures, they are ready to adopt the decisions for the house to be energy efficient. And besides Energy Efficient Fund, there is also another program working. This is something that was born actually during full-scale invasion, and sad though it may be, we understood the importance of bringing people back to their houses, because Ukrainians are very connected to their homes, their houses. If there is house and they're ready to come back to Ukraine to work, to pay taxes, so that's why there is this program. Actually, it's been working for for almost 3 years now, and actually today I'm happy to say that the co-owners now have the opportunity to build housing which was damaged as a result of the war. As for upscaling, I'm more than convinced that post-war construction and repair is going to happen in tandem with these two programs. The first program is restoration. I would like to say even more that in August we adopted many more procedures. They're going to simplify life for co-owners, not just to restore how it was, but to make even their houses even better, and then to participate in energy house program. And you can do it gradually or comprehensive measures. So these programs, they're not just going to restore our home, but they're going to make it comfortable and safe, surely the way it should be according to EU standards. As for co-owners, I'm more than convinced that there should be a share participation of co-owners in the Energy House program. Why? Because people are responsible and they feel the engagement only when they make their own contribution, financial contribution, even if they have selected it beforehand. As for our programs like Restore Your House, the involvement of municipalities is very important for Energy Efficiency Fund. Why? Because our houses are in cities, in communities, and the owners live in those apartment buildings. First of all, they run where? Of course, to the municipal authorities. So the first point of access is our communities and our city budgets that feel like, for example, when there was attack, this negative, this great misery people have felt when their house was damaged. As for the Restore House program, it is financed 100% for co-owners, but we are not financing all measures. So for Energy Efficiency Fund, it's very important to keep partnership with our communities, because we are ready to share and to tell them how to introduce support programs for our main program, Energy House, and also in which way we can work in the restoration program, because not all measures are compensated, and therefore cities which are ready for their houses to be rebuilt, for the apartment buildings, for example, which were hit, they can involve them in their work. So they can actually make both a technical solution, prepare it, and technical reports to pay for expertise, so that the owners having already the documents ready, so that they are able to apply to Energy Efficiency Fund and get the grant as fast as possible. What's next? When the application is submitted, then immediately we provide the advance payment of 60%. So this 60% are provided for the home association to transfer money for the contractor that they have selected themselves, and so that they could procure materials. Then there's a second application made, and after the second application, the act of performed work is provided, where the Energy Efficiency Fund compensates the following part, which is 40%. So in this program, it is very important to have that support of homeowner associations when it is actually something bad really happened and the community is ready to get involved in preparing technical documents and to accelerate the process of restoration. So, as for the directions which are actually should have been involved in the communities. Presently, there are three criteria. First of all, that's financial. The Energy Efficiency Fund is an institution for long prospects, and also people have to trust us. And if people have to trust us, then they have to understand that these grants are not over. And actually, Energy Efficiency Fund has money. It's very important so that the fund continues its work. Why? Because actually, if we have to stop this or that part of our programs, then it's very hard for us, because then we're going back practically 6 months back, when we actually have to so where actually they should have trusted the Energy Efficiency Fund and again applied. Apart from that, we also have a huge problem. This is ensuring our contributions to Hormone Association. Presently, people do not have such big savings so that they're able to pay their 10%, at least 10%, for the project and for the measures that they are ready to implement. So for homeowners associations, it's very important to have a cheap resource of loans, which could ensure the contribution of homeowner association. Actually, I'll divulge a secret and let it sound here. We work with Decarbonization Fund, with our public, which is ready to help the associations so that they are able to engage the resources for cheap loans, long-term loans for comprehensive thermal modernization. That's first of all. Second criterion is institutional. The reputation of the fund is important for us before our homeowners, because we understand that as soon as the homeowners stop trusting the instruments that we're trying to work out, actually there's going to be fewer applications. So it's important for us so that from each newspaper and each channel, there's good and correct cases of energy efficiency fund, so that people hear, see, and understand that there is a mechanism like that you can use to introduce energy efficiency methods. And also, I would like to add one of the measures which we actually will be clearly introducing. Like, we have intentions to work not just with homeowner associations but also with management companies, because we understand that we can't create a condominium association everywhere, and this institution is also has a right as an agent from homeowner association to hold the energy saving measures. As for problematic issues and involving our associations into energy efficiency fund, to understand that we have to take away the main drawbacks, which is actually the fact that in legislation presently we haven't regulated the issue of land plots allocation for homeowner associations. This mechanism has still not been developed. Besides, we also have a trend where the developers actually put the obligations on the co-owners of apartment building. Presently, they haven't yet been recognized as a household consumer, like for gas or electricity companies. Besides, I would like to say, like, what is my wish, how the upscaling should look for home associations in the energy efficiency fund. In every city, there should be platforms able to digitize all houses in the city, then create a strategy for house development for the period at least for 5 years ahead. And I also believe that these platforms can be on any home organization that can develop such mechanism and show the strategy how the building should move, not just create a homeowner association, not just working like that, but actually just to work without implementation of energy efficiency. I believe that this is inadmissible. So I believe that, for example, like in the Association of Cities of Ukraine, there should actually be a support like that. That's my belief. Sorry for taking too much time, but I try to speak quickly. Thank you, Yulia. Actually, I have an idea. I would like to have a separate lecture with you and not restrict you with time, because there is a lot of practical things that you can share and tell the expert community. So you recalled the local authority in the end. I believe that everyone is going to agree that it is Alexander who knows the most about the needs and problems and opportunities of current cities, and the cities are going to be key in housing policy. They're going to become even more important. So they prepare for the equality participation with the state, international financial organization, and such cooperation should be organized. So what would be the authority on each level to be there? Maybe what would be the factors that are going to serve successful implementation of housing programs on the local level? Thank you, Sergey. Happy to greet everyone. I'll ask for a minute of your attention. I know Yulia actually has passed this ball to me, and I'm going to watch for time. The first thing to say is that communities are ready and they are doing that. Second thing, clearly, where is the biggest need for housing? Let's be honest. Okay, so to have attractive things, is it in small or big communities? Is it in villages, in towns? Almost, okay. Who has other answers? That's important. Everywhere. Okay, but actually, everyone is almost right. Because in small communities, there are also displaced persons that have to be provided with housing. And the opportunities of a small community compared to a big community are actually much smaller. Why? Because it depends on economic activities. And the need, according to our data, is where economic activity lies. People move mostly, not there's not just a need for housing, there is a need for work. And when they work, as Natalia was correctly saying about KfW, about the programs like that there actually is a part of people who, on the conditions of financing, having stable work, they are able to acquire or to rent without problems. Actually, there was a colleague on video, they could rent without problems. So the second thing to say, which is very important, is about the points of economic growth. And you are going to hear everywhere that there is no money, just give us some money. But I'm going to disappoint you. I'm going to tell you the following thing. Don't take that money away from the community, because actually we did some correlation and there are 200 communities which have the most IDPs. And do you know how it superimposes on state budget? These 200 communities actually are the so-called reverse community. What is the reverse community? This is those who have a surplus of income. What does the state do the last year? It takes away the surplus and then they come to the community and they say, where's housing?
And you know how much they take away? About 20.5 billion hryvnias as of next year. Can you imagine these 20.5 billion hryvnias being used for residential projects? There are many formats such as co-financing, where a local budget together with a regional budget, together with the private investors, together with a state budget and investors Miss Natalia, by the way, something we're very grateful to you for. I call this the Mariupol experiment. I hope that I hope that all of us are going to go to Bila Cerkva, or you can join us online. And this is a case study when the Ministry of Finance wanted to take away some money from some occupied communities. And we said, don't take this money away, allow this money to be used for housing for IDPs. You know, the law about inventory of residential properties where municipalities and regional governments and central governments, they detect, they try to inventory residential properties and identify the properties which are the easiest to be renovated and recovered. So the Mariupol experiment was an regulation by the Ministry of Territorial and Community Development. And this regulation has even made changes to the budget, caused changes to be made to the budgetary legislation, and it was a success. And so please don't take money away from communities, but reorient them towards residential programs. And there will be many such programs. And the next thing I was talking about is the economic profile of a displaced person. If you even give a person just a temporary place to live in, this is not going to resolve anything. And then 20, 30, or even 50 billion hryvnias per year are not going to do much. And the example of Baltasarne, Drohobych, the example is that their case study is that they have built housing for specific people. You know why they did that? So that they could get a package of medical support. They needed specific specialists, such as anesthesiologists, for example. So some some anesthesiologists were moving from Kharkiv to, let's say, Drohobych, and by obtaining the specialists, they could get money by the financial guarantees program. So to get these specialists on board, they actually were headhunting these specialists by providing them with residential properties. So in conclusion, why is this not a mass practice? Because there's no base law to regulate this. But why do we need a base law? Why do we need 12377? And then the renting and the social housing laws are going to follow. And you know why we need the base law? Just to wake you up. Who can tell me how many notices of suspicions were served to the local authorities? Oh, you're an optimist. 60 days, 600 notices of suspicions. So 10 notices of suspicion per day to representatives of local authorities. And I'm just back from the Mykolaiv region. They we were talking about building shelters. So they said we get a permit for a cellar, and then we wait for a criminal case to be opened. Then we make a very simple shelter. We wait for a criminal case to be opened, and then we actually do the reconstruction. Then we wait for a criminal case to be opened, and only then do we let people in. The law must protect the people who are trying to do something. So for people who are in the working group on 12377, you can make proposals with regard to these criminal cases. I think those are very spurious. Yes, we need to expand our working group, and also we need to take care of the reform in the law enforcement agencies to a certain extent. But this is a problem. We acknowledge that. Didiana Berthier is our next speaker, and since even though Ukraine has joined the bank officially only since 2 years ago, we have some amazing results. We have some IDP programs. We have some programs for the people whose residential property was destroyed. And we hope that the financing is going to increase, that we're going to add more categories of affected population. But Diana, the floor is yours.
Much. It's a great occasion to be here today in Kiev and to be among people devoted to housing topics in Ukraine. So it's the right format, and being here on panel, I see that the discussion becoming live and live. There are many aspects to be discussed, and I would say from our bank's perspective, Council of Europe Development Bank, as soon as Ukraine completed accession to our organization, we started immediately driving our projects based on needs. So in discussion with the ministry, so till now all our support was concentrating on programs which are established and approved by the government and where the financing is needed. So we are supporting urgent relief programs, as we call it. In this context, it's e-recovery, e-відновлення program, where our financing is supporting compensation scheme for people whose housing was destroyed. And Deputy Minister Natalia Kozlovska already informed about results achieved till now, and I can only reconfirm that this funding was efficiently channeled and final beneficiaries received this support to have and got finally access to their housing. Our bank approved additional financing of 100 million euros. The contract is signed and this funding will reach final beneficiary before end of this year. Unfortunately, the war still continues. Therefore, we believe that structuring of the programs needs to take current context. And we trust that scaling up compensation mechanisms, which exists already, where their strict regulation should be continued. Because today we heard that 2.5 million of residential units were destroyed or damaged, and these people need solution now. These people need solution tomorrow, but they cannot wait too long. Otherwise, it will be not relevant anymore. So we trust that compensation mechanisms are efficient because we have eligibility is well defined. Decisions and selection are transparent, and also verifications are in place. Of course, going beyond, we know that everyone is very much concerned by building back better housing, and in this aspect, there are several principles we can mention based on our experience in other countries where the bank operates. And for sure, there is importance of the layered finance. We talk about loans, we talk about grants, we talk about technical assistance, we talk about also municipal contribution. So only where all these elements are put together, we can scale up and deliver housing solutions in a better way. Again, another principle which is important is about designing targeted programs. One solution cannot fit everyone, so this solution there should be prioritization of the programs. Prioritize programs for internal displaced people, for veterans, for young families, for large families. And I think the ministry has been following this approach quite well in what we have observed. And only through the targeting, we can really target and support people with the solutions they need or they can afford. And we're very happy to hear that ministry is promoting solutions for people from temporarily occupied territories. It's something we're also looking into financing. Building back better, it's energy efficiency also, and this should be as a must. And the rules should be the same for repairs, for new constructions, for roofs, windows, doors. So this should be as a normal practice to integrate. If we talk about construction repairs, energy efficiency should be a principle to take into account. Of course, about housing solutions, about legal and policy continuity. We know that budgeting process in Ukraine is complex and because there are so many needs, but we believe that housing solutions should be integrated into bylaws. So these programs survive nevertheless budgetary or staffing process. I think Sergey also mentioned how we can cooperate better between international financial institutions. Indeed, it's about coordination, cooperation, exchange between international partners. I trust there is already a good background established on housing clusters, on meetings between international financial institutions. But here again, I'm looking at Natalia Kozlovska for importance of the coordination role as governmental role, because it's only the ministry who has this overall picture, who is doing what are the programs supported, and through sharing this information on and having overall picture what support is needed, what support is already available, we can, on international financial organizations side, we can build up and develop new programs so they are coordinated between us. So all this can help work us together better, and I think we are all united and in solidarity with Ukraine to support Ukraine today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Дякую, Діана. Я згадав.
Thank you, Diana. I recall 2018, a conference in Tallinn where I first heard your presentation. You were a country manager for the Baltics, and I also wanted for Ukraine to have this set of tools that other countries have. And today it brings me joy that you're a country manager for Ukraine, and that we have all of these instruments and tools available to Ukraine. Our closing speaker for this panel is going to be a representative of KfW, and the first, I think the first IDP programs were financed specifically by KfW. Mr. Vitali, please share your vision on the vision of the German government and KfW.
Right. Yeah. I have to mention that KfW is a state-owned bank. We always act on behalf of the German government in Ukraine in particular. In the housing sector of Ukraine, we've been active since 2016. And since that time, for over 9 years now, Germany had invested around 200 million euro, exclusively grant funds, which is important to mention. And we're getting these funds exclusively from the German Federal Ministry for Economic Development and Cooperation, BMZ. Using this wonderful opportunity, by the way, I would like to present to Mr. Tony Baumann, who will now be responsible for social cohesion in German embassy. He's your focal point here in Ukraine for social housing, social cohesion, housing for IDP. So please use your chance to network today. In our activities since 2016, we've been following basically the principles that were announced and discussed today. We use diverse instruments and we have balanced portfolio. We don't just do brick and mortar, the traditional construction and reconstruction, refurbishment, energy efficiency renovation, which is always a standard in the German funded projects in the housing and municipal infrastructure in Ukraine. We also provide support to the legal reforms, which are led by the Ministry for Development. And here I would like to note and thank, just like every other panelist today, Ms. Natalia Kozlovska and the team of the Ministry for Development for taking the leadership, for taking the managing role in the housing reform, in the developing of the legislation, and in leading this process. When we started, we had to deal with the Ministry for Economy, Ministry for Integration. Before the Ministry of Integration, there was an Agency for Donbass Recovery, Ministry for Social Policy, Ministry for Regional Development. Now we thankfully have one ministry which is in charge of the housing reforms, of the whole process. And we're incredibly happy to support the Ministry for Development via IOM and Norwegian Refugee Council, who provide experts to support ministry in developing the legislation. I mentioned two, our partners on the ground, Norwegian Refugee Council, NRC, and also IOM. We also have two more partners, which is the Ukrainian Social Investment Fund. It's the Ukrainian institution, and as Sergey correctly pointed out, they were the first ones to start implementing German-funded projects in the housing sector. In use of projects, we followed a very simple approach. First of all, in all rehabilitation and refurbishment, we follow the energy efficiency standards, and we don't focus on the IDPs exclusively. We allow to have 20% of the apartments to the local residents who need or are in the waiting line, in the housing line, to get the housing. So 80% always goes to the IDPs, 20% goes to the local residents, and this housing is provided either with a minimal rent or rent-free. It's always a municipal property, so it belongs to the municipality. And since 2016, Yusuf has been quite effective in implementing these projects. In IOM case, we decided to go on a different route, which was proposed actually by IOM. It's again, municipal operator, but there will be a revolving mechanism installed where rent payments received by the municipal entity will be reinvested into the development of the new housing stock. We hope to see first results on the ground in 2026 and 2027. We believe that IOM have chosen also different project types. There will be refurbishment, there's construction of new building, which was destroyed by the Russians. And then there is also focus on the prefabricated models and development of new residential neighborhoods in several locations in Ukraine. Our next and most probably exciting for me project, which was already mentioned today, is the one implemented together with the State Fund for Youth Housing, which was started by Mr. Sergei Komnatny and now continued by Mr. Mykola Marchuk, who is in charge of the State Fund for Youth Housing. In this project, Germany provided 42.5 million euro, and we were able to support over 1,000 families already with the apartments. An average cost of the apartment is 40,000 euro, which is quite well for the current Ukrainian housing market. It's a subsidized housing loan, 3% annual rate in Ukrainian hryvnia, which is also important to mention. And this particular project has already installed a revolving mechanism, so all loans repaid by the Ukrainian IDPs are not going back to Germany. They're staying here in Ukraine, managed by the State Fund. And starting from this year, we expect that 25 more families per each quarter, so 100 families per year, will get new apartments through the repaid loans, which we consider to be a really good mechanism. Norwegian Refugee Council, apart from assisting and providing support to the Ministry for Development, also focused on the refurbishments of the individual houses which were damaged by the Russians. And they're also focusing on the collective accommodation centers. And this is the topic which was not mentioned today, but I think is quite crucial and important: collective accommodation centers. In our Yusuf project and also in the NRC project, we're also paying attention to the collective accommodation centers because, as unfortunate as it is, for some of the IDPs, this will be the only social housing they will get from the donors or from the government. We're reacting to the immediate needs, as we say in KfW. We're always doing it in cooperation with the Ukrainian government. We're happy to join our forces with all the other IFIs. We're happy to continue our dialogue with the Ukrainian government. We would like to mention that just like any other donor which delivered their speech today here, we are in full support of the legal reforms. We understand that the legislation needs to be passed. We're happy to support this process. We're happy to support the Ukrainian government with the ongoing housing programs. And when our German colleagues will come here in fall, we will be happy to sit down for the intergovernmental negotiations with Ukraine to discuss the most pressing and most important needs in the housing sector. As KfW in Germany, we're always happy to support Ministry for Development and the Ukrainian government on national, regional, and local level, which has always been also our focus, both in the housing reforms and in the reacting to the immediate needs and implementing the actual housing projects, which we've been doing since 2016. Thank you.
Дякую, Віталій. Я хочу подякувати.
Thank you, Vitaly. I would like to thank you for this systemic support and work and for the plans, which when we have agreed to have a reliable partners for Ukraine, because it's important. Okay, colleagues, today we made yet one more step for a sustainable housing policy. I would like to say that the events like conferences that we have today, they're extremely important. They enable us to hear the political point of view, the expert point of view, but the reform consists of small steps of daily work of a group of experts, the experts from the ministry. So I call on everyone to be together, to keep working on the same result, not just at the events or conferences, and not just to write and send documents, but actually to participate in all working groups that the ministry is now open for. Let's move this reform forward. Well, colleagues, our discussion was so interesting and all speakers were so fascinating that I had no chance and no wish to interrupt them. So this means that we're a bit behind the schedule. We don't have time for Q&A, but still we have agreed with the organizers online that we're going to solve the issue. We're going to combine the Q&A session with the lunch that is waiting for us behind the doors. So please have your lunch and engage in communication. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, I'm going to start. I'll get up, stand behind here because otherwise I'm too short. So in this second panel, which is about a new social housing system that is fit for purpose, moderated by Anastasia Bobrova. She's assisting Starter in a very meaningful way. She's also, if you much more than that, she's the director of SADOS, long-term public policy, social policy discussion think tank. So I will be really, really quick because what's most important is what's said by the panellists themselves and not by me. But I would like to do another show and tell very briefly. We have, as Starter, prepared 3 reports. They're all downloadable on YouTube. The first one is called Progressing a System of Social Housing with Ukraine, Synergies and Recommendations. So that goes across lots and lots of approaches that have been explored, that have been tried, and there's some real pioneers and heroes in this report. And we learn lessons from them. What we learn, we then try to explain. Well, okay, if that's the approach, then what does it mean? And so this report, which is called Municipal Cross Rental Housing, but it could also be other forms of ownership. In this case, we're going with municipalities as our strong local stakeholders, from concept to reality. So we take the reader step by step on what does that actually mean. And the third report, there's been a lot of trouble in developing a social housing law in Ukraine. It's been difficult for almost over a decade, and they're still struggling with it. And in all that struggle, there were a lot of recommendations made. So what we've done is we've extracted all those types of recommendations around a coherent model, one that fits together and doesn't pull something apart, one that fits together and sustains those homes for future generations as well. So not just here today and gone tomorrow. Okay, it's about long-term sustainable model that's inclusive, not narrow, that creates communities and not isolated institutions, if you like. So we're going for EU best practice, we're listening and we're learning, and we offer that to Ukraine as well. So without further ado, I would like to welcome my esteemed colleague Anastasia Bobrova to come, and also with her participants of her panel, which she's pulled together with Vasyl Vinohradov. Please come to the stage. We really welcome your involvement. Come and sit here. Yuri Tilipsky, pioneer of approaches in Lviv. Where are you, Yuri? You were here a few minutes ago. He's escaped. He'll come back. And where the next speaker, Dmytro Levitsky, he's going to be long-term player for the EIB in helping establish a good municipal housing and affordable housing system. Welcome. Also back up online, if we can get him up, is also Grzegorz Gajda, who lived in Ukraine and has been working in Ukraine for a long, long time. He should be online, hopefully. And they'll talk about how to move from basically experiments to a scalable approach. And fourthly, Michael Newsom. And we've been talking also with his colleague Bradley this morning. We're really glad of the IMM's pioneering approach from east to west. You'll probably notice already, Michael, how much praise we actually gave the IOM. You ever heard? And also the team behind, I think, believe that Anna Selesnova is in the room, long-term worker in supporting a good solution for Ukraine. So let's see who else we've got on our list. Tetiana Boyko from Opara is here in person. very much concerned about civil society, transparency, participation, watchdog. We're very pleased to have your involvement and advocacy on the stage. And coming in from Vienna should be Bernd Riesland. And Bernd is long-term expert in social housing, former CFO for Socialbau, former president of the Austrian Limited Profit Housing Associations, also a chair of the Finance Committee for Housing Europe. So this is a man who has a lot of experience to share, and he's also an extraordinarily generous soul, and we're glad for his involvement. So without further ado, I hand over to Anastasia. So,
thank you. Thank you, Julie, for such a wonderful introduction. І дякую всім, що долучилися. Дякую.
Thank you very much. Thank you for organizing this beautiful event. We're going to talk about the system of social housing in Ukraine. It's one of the priorities of the residential housing reform, which many colleagues have talked about today. We also talked about the need to develop municipal non-profit operators or social housing for the system to become sustainable and accessible for everyone. Today, we could talk about how the system is going to look, what is going to look like, and let's talk about it not as some part of distant future, but as a reform that is ongoing and which requires substantial coordination between the different stakeholders, think tanks, NGOs, IFIs, the state, municipalities, and today we actually have everyone pretty much represented. And thus we can discuss the responsibility and action points and specific steps for each of these stakeholders and the timeline of this reform. So today I'm very happy to present Vasil Vinogradov, who is the head of residential policy at the Ministry of Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine. Mr. Vasil, please share what are the challenges for social housing in Ukraine and what are the best practices in the EU and what experience of the European pilots will be reflected in the law on social housing. Could you also please tell us about the timeline of the reform and the intermediate goals of the reform? Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this great meeting. I am a more or less new face. I'm only 2.5 months into my tenure at the ministry and this position. Just like Ms. Natalia said, I'm just going to join into what she's saying. Everybody knows that we have Ukraine, the Ukraine facility, we have Chapter 7, and there's a need, there's an obligation to adopt to law 1377 and also the social housing and housing management laws. Regarding your question on what I'm probably going to answer briefly. So what's the approach did we introduce in the law on social housing? Of course, we are trying to reflect the best practices of the European Union. So what we've seen in the best practices, it's partially being implemented. First of all, it's the approach where it's the approach to IDPs and the approach to the demand towards social housing. And second is what the government has been partially implementing since the full-scale invasion. For example, the subsidy of rent or temporary housing or temporary premises. And the third approach is the support for supply. And for us, this is a new thing. This is something we haven't done before. And we hope that with the implementation with these implementation of these two projects, which we have launched in July this year, namely two projects for construction of residential assets. First, using our partners' funds, and second, like Mr. Slabajan has said, it's using the funds which have rolled over from the Mariupol budget, and this allowed us to provide people of Mariupol with sustainable and affordable housing. In Bila Tserkva, we have found a receptive community which has provided land and utilities, where we started implementing this. I would like to underline and highlight that it's critical to balance our policy towards supply and demand. And this is something that we are already working on. There are many discussions ongoing with regard to the draft law. If we're talking about subsidies of supply, there are many issues unresolved due to the situation that Ukraine is in. It's let's say it's not something that most countries in Europe have experienced when they were building their social housing. But we know that a lot of European countries have developed social housing systems after the war, but it still took them decades to do so properly and at scale. Our situation is unprecedented because we have to respond amid an ongoing war. And it makes me very proud to be a part of this process and to contribute whatever I can. So can you remind me of your question? Mr. Vasil, can you tell us what the reform process is going to be like and what are the interim goals of the ministry? The process of reforms has started. The reform of the residential sphere is long overdue. In my previous position back in 2020, the Cabinet of Ministers has mandated a reform for housing in its strategy for reforms back in 2020, which outlined the concept of the reform. And in 2020, they wanted the changes to the housing code. But I know that the reformation process has started way before that. I know that my current manager, she was involved in starting from 2015, 2017. And this is when we first encountered numerous IDPs, but I think we failed to learn adequately at that time. But now the process has started. The draft law, which my manager has mentioned, now it's in the Verkhovna Rada and the committee being prepared for the second vote. We are now at Article 30. I think just so that you know, so that you're up to date on the progress. Each week we go through a chapter and there are over 1,000 amendments. Each session lasts for maybe 2 hours of heated discussion. There's a lot of debate. There's a lot of heated discussion. There's a lot of opposition to this law because it is very difficult to change the perception from what is written in Article 47. and these 30 years of independence, where Article 47 says that the state must provide you with housing, and this was reiterated during every election, and this played a negative role. And now we are trying to discuss this publicly, that social housing must be available, but it must be available only for those who are not in position to get their own housing. We say that the wait list, it existed, but it barely moved and people speculated on it. You remember all of these corruption scandals, etc. And that's just not, we're not coming back to this. We are providing new tools, and we're actually very thankful to our partners for providing us with the practices of Germany, Austria, the Netherlands. We're also looking at them about the cooperatives experience. And we're very thankful to our partners for the know-how. In the law 12377, why it's important for us to get it through the second vote is because it lays down the foundations which we can then use in our draft law for social housing. The strategy that is envisioned in 12377, it's already been adopted by a decree of the working regulation of the working group, and of course the timeline will be very much conditional on how 12377 does on the voting floor. The tempo which we have in the committee is pretty vivid, and we expect to have the second vote by the end of October, maybe early November. And if we are successful with that, we are going to have an opportunity to officially publish the first draft of the law on social housing.
Then we have a pretty difficult process of discussion of this approved people, and as the practice has shown, of the previous law draft 12377, we can look at positives and negatives here, and the most probable option is that this draft has shown that we need a year for this global law to really reach the Verkhovna Rada and to be voted for in at least the first reading. So at the end of this year, the law draft is adopted, then we have one more year, and by the end of 2026, that's the term that we're looking at for the law draft. And on social, as for the strategy, the situation is a bit easier because the strategy is also being worked out, but also we are waiting for the adoption of the law, and the situation is easier there because the decision of the government, it's political, and it can be actually approved during several months. The law draft 20377 gives us the term of up to 6 months, so actually we are making it in this time. We're looking at June. So that's the framework that we have. By the end of the year, 12377 is adopted, then we have 6 months for the strategy. Then for the end of the following year, we have the law on social housing. So if somebody else has any more questions, I'll happily answer. Yes, I hope that, well, actually, I would like to tell that we'll leave some time for questions and answers at the end of the session. So actually, you have already questions, Vasil, please prepare them. Vasil, thank you. Thank you for actually looking at the living system that you have to take into account the international experience, also study the Ukrainian experience. And here we have Yuri Tilipsky with us, who is the director of Lviv Intermunicipal Bureau of Technical Inventory. And Lviv is now among the cities where social housing already becomes a reality. Several months ago, I had a chance to visit one of the projects of social housing in Lviv and to see it in my own eyes. So, Yuri, could you please tell a bit more about the experience of your pilot projects and how this experience can be used to develop the system of sustainable, responsible transparent providers and operators of such housing, which is the main element of social housing system in Ukraine. Also, could tell us a bit more how we can now improve the capacities of the communities. What is lacking in management, financial, and land resources? So the floor is yours. Yes, thanks a lot. First of all, I'd like to thank the European Union for the provided opportunities for this housing to become reality. Our city is probably the biggest among the participants of this program, financed by the European Commission, and we opened the first house in February this year. I'll tell a bit more about the approach our city has chosen. In the very beginning, for about 4 years, and now we have a practice of architectural competitions in the city, and any object which is financed, in this case for the budget funds or for grant funds, we're always conducting architectural competition for the architects to propose the best concept from the point of location and functioning of future housing. Why so? Because the officials do not know how to better build a house, and architects who have practical experience in implementing not just in Ukraine but in big communities but also abroad, because our architects, in my opinion, are among the best ones working, and actually you see it by the condominium that's functioning here in Lviv. So this practice is something that we used for this housing, and we got a high quality project, high quality technological solutions in cooperation with NEFCO, and which were responsible for the project of energy efficient technologies as well. And that's actually something we should remember about when we are going to implement the following objects of social housing in the following pilot projects, which are proposed for realization in the future as well. This housing should be better, as has been noted by the previous speakers. It should be better than what we used to have. Whether the private market is able to build high quality housing, yes. And here in cooperation with the city, with the partners, these things can be implemented. Our house was implemented in 1 year, 2 months. This surely wasn't the easiest project there, and there were lots of efforts put by the contractor and the architects so that this becomes possible. That is in 1 year and 2 months since the capsule was there, we already had our first residents. With the approach that we actually put in, our house is fully inclusive. That is, we didn't take current framework on inclusion of several apartments. Instead, we worked for the whole house to be fully inclusive and highly energy efficient. That is, all apartments that we have now, they're actually accessible for people with disabilities. That is, you can fully use this housing without any problems. The energy efficiency class that did not actually put forward for us, it was no less than B, and we got energy certificate A class energy certificate. We actually have consumption indicators. If it were just simple utility bill in any other new building, it would be 3 times more. That is, now our consumption of energy and everything actually is in the framework between 1,100 and 1,400 per apartment. That's actually a very good result from the point of energy efficiency for this housing. And As for the small things which were in our way for realization, whether it was possible to do it faster, here I'm not going to tell you that everything was fine. The main challenge, which is now before the future projects and before this project, is actually the lack of many contractors who are ready to enter complicated and comprehensive projects. You need to have a good organizational structure of the contractor itself. A second problem is people. So the lack of people in the market, which provokes the fact that now we have growing salaries, because a salary of any employee in 6 months, due to the fact that in Lviv there is active construction of private housing as well, which pays this money in other way than the city and can pay more. So therefore, we get into a situation of limited number of people on our construction platform, which slows down our pace and freezes this project for some time until we find a way to solve this problem. This also undermines the trust of the donor, because the donor wants every project to be implemented as quickly as possible. The city wants this project to be implemented as quickly as possible. And first of all, it's people who need that. So, lack of people in the market, that's the main factor, which in the future is going to slow down the pace of construction and slow down the implementation of these projects. Of course, we find ways to solve these problems. A second section thing here is actually, no matter how it may sound, there is a huge number of internal bureaucratic obstacles which can prevent us from that implementation. Just a small nuance, like for example, working with the state treasury. Huge thanks to them that every time they were understanding enough about this project, how hard and necessary it was. But there is a notion of third line of payments write-off, and for example, when on the accounts there is no money, then of course the contractor is forced to wait for payments. And it's an important point when implementing such projects, that if you don't have a financially capable contractor which can wait for several months to be paid, it's going to be hard for you to implement this project quickly and efficiently. So our proposal here is to try using certain legislative mechanisms to regulate this process, at least for that project, so that it could be implemented quicker. I can say that my city conceptually, since the very beginning, started looking at the development of social housing, and actually this project is implemented in such part of the city which allows for further growth. I don't know about other cities, but Lviv is a bit too close in some parts after it has been combined with other communities, and it can only develop further towards north. So the northern part of the city is rather promising from the point of further infrastructure expansion and implementation of more projects, including the likes of this one. After this object was commissioned and it's actually used, we started a practice of the council of residents, in a way. When the residents who live with us, we gather feedback every week, what they like, what they don't like, and we serve as a manager who provides a service, a social service for the people who live there. Because building a condominium is just making walls. It has to be filled by other meanings, and census. And that's what we are implemented using the examples of different initiatives like a social library or opening other social spaces in the future. This object. Housing has to be not just about the apartments. And among other things, we're also going to need the help of donors and government to fill future condominiums, not just by apartments, but people have to be need to some additional socializing, and in our case, that's our rehabilitation, and it's extremely efficient from the point of managing such housing, because the attitude towards rented property changes. And we see that in the example of our apartments. Every apartment which is now used is in the same condition as when it was opened. And people are careful with the property that has been transferred to them. But this is achieved by constant communication. If we just gave these apartments away and just put a full stop to it, then probably the situation would be totally different. After so many months of use, we would have had some situational problems. So, along with the management, with the just simple financial economic mechanisms, which our utility enterprise works with, there is also an additional process that we haven't thought about. It was so deep from the very beginning. So this is the process of social entrepreneurship. Let's call it this way. Yuri, I'm very sorry to interrupt you, but please finish up so that we still have time for discussion. Yes, I can only say one thing to finish up, just a practical advice. We faced, as this building is pretty complicated from a technological point of view with lots of systems. In Lviv, in a big city, we faced a problem of finding a head engineer, so to say, who would be knowledgeable enough and competent to deal with all technological processes in this building. And this is a critical thing because for the big city of Lviv, it turned out to be very few people like that, about 15. And it costed us a lot of effort to engage a professional for this technological maintenance. So our proposal to the donors is probably to open maybe some training programs to train people on management. There are good examples, and we're ready to serve as the basis for the training program. This is kind of the key thing that is going to help to efficiently manage this property. Thank you, Yuri. Thank you in particular for paying attention to the importance of participative approach to housing management to involve residents directly towards decision making, and also for the drawing attention to experience exchange, analyzing the experience we already have in Ukraine. So now we're gradually moving to the following topic, which is also pilot projects now launched by EIB that we have already mentioned several times during the previous panel. And we have Dmitry Levitsky with us, who is an expert on social housing in Jaspers. And also Grzegorz Gajda, who is the senior expert on urban development in EIB. And today we're going to have the chance to hear more about this pilot project. And first, it's to you, Dmitro. Could you tell us a bit more about the model of social housing tested by this pilot program? What is the best European practice that it is developing? And also, maybe you together with Grzegorz are going to tell us more about the financial model, how different elements of financing combine here, grants, loans, co-financing together with the communities, and whether the grants will always remain a necessary part of such social housing. Thank you, Anastasia. That's a good question. Actually, many good questions inside. First, about the models. The pilot project actually doesn't test anything yet. It only has to start and test something. But the key question is about the model of social housing, because we are now in the country, and Vasily Vinogradov was talking about that there is a new version of law on social housing being developed. And when we talk about social housing, everyone has their own ideas about it. And in the world, there are also lots of ideas and models of social housing. Somewhere it's the cheapest housing for the poorest, low quality. Somewhere it's good, high quality, inclusive housing for citizens with different incomes and different social standing. That's already two different models. Another aspect when we talk about social housing, somebody understands it as by the means of use. Somebody settled there who has the right to social housing, then it's social. Another understanding, which actually are not mutually exclusive, is just two separate dimensions. That's social housing by design, built like that. So when we're talking about a pilot project of EIB, we are talking about specially constructed social housing. So we plan to specially, intentionally build certain housing that's going to be a social design. And when we talk about the models which we are choosing here, in no case we are looking at it as at the cheapest housing for the poorest. We plan that this should be regular, inclusive, accessible housing where people of different incomes and different social categories are going to live. And I was happy to hear what Yuri was talking before me about their practical experience, because our cities understand that very well, how important it is to avoid ghettoization.
This is why this is one of our key priorities, but one of the definitive features of the model that we want to implement and demonstrate its workability in the Ukrainian conditions is financial, economic sustainability. Post recovery that Julia Lawson and other speakers mentioned. Right now, we have a law on on housing of social designation, but for some reason it doesn't work. Because in implementing regulations, this principle of financial sustainability is not workable, because social housing becomes a cost sink in the state budget, and no country, no community will ever have enough funds to sustainably fund this, because sometimes money runs out. But the financial sustainability model through adequate rent aims to address that, which means that people who live in the social housing, they will pay a differentiated but still rent. And there are also premises for commercial rent under market conditions. And this combination, using internal cross subsidies, allows to ensure the financial sustainability, commercial sustainability of the model. Of course, we see that there are some challenges. For example, this model must be sustainable and it must be long term, which means that's no square meters and no money ever leaves the system, which means that the premises are not getting privatized, and the money is not getting redirected elsewhere. But for our pilot, uh, we believe that communal property is the way to go, because there are, of course, private operators, yes, but the most widespread model is communal or municipal ownership, which is the responsibility of local self-governance. And that means that the local self-governance creates organizations to manage and run the social housing. The second question is bringing together grants, preferential loans, and budgetary contributions. Yes, this is necessary because Mr. Vasil Vinogradov mentioned this, and the Western European nations have developed their social housing systems for decades and sometimes even centuries. And this was a iterative, gradual process where relatively small amounts of money were I invested over protracted periods of time and thus accumulating over time, thus amounting to a social housing system. But we don't have this luxury in Ukraine right now, given the situation. But if we were to follow the pure market mechanisms, this model is not going to be viable. This is why we need a granting component, and it's a component envisaged in the pilot project. I don't want to disclose the ratios we're looking at right now, but there's a component with loans and grants. What, uh, what is this setting out to accomplish is uh, reducing the financial load on the operator, also economic accessibility of this housing. Whether these grants will be needed indefinitely? Well, no. The global practice shows that this is not the case. As the system becomes more mature and self-sustainable, grants will need to go away. Whether targeted preferential loans are necessary, global experience shows that yes, they are. Who will provide them and under which conditions? That's a different question. Preferential loans or taxation preferences like tax credits are probably required. But this is a prospect of maybe 5 to 10 years that we can talk about later. But just to kick the process off, we need to build social housing under conditions including both preferential loans and grants. Just to pass the floor, I would like to pass the floor to Grzegorz Gaida. Maybe he would want to add something to what I'm saying. Thank you, Dmitro. I'm very happy to be present here on this very important event. To what Dmitro has said, I'd like to add a few words about the international practice. Our institution, the European Investment Bank, has been building affordable housing for over 30 years in different countries of Europe, and we have sizable experience and a portfolio of over 60 billion euro in this direction. And this means we have financed quite a bit, and we have quite a bit of conclusions to make. Just like Dmitro said, this experience is sound. What he said is sound, and this system has worked in the countries where we have operated, and is likely to work in Ukraine as well, where these principles are going to come into play in a similar fashion. And it must be noted that this system will require decades to build. You will not be able to build it overnight. And this means that serious mechanisms will need to be in place to continuously and sustainably develop this system. However, this is absolutely necessary to have people return from the countries of Western Europe, even after combat subsides. This is stability of housing, stability of employment are the key issues for all Ukrainians, which all Ukrainians are going to consider before they consider moving back to Ukraine. We, of course, are planning this pilot for some regions in Ukraine, but we understand that this is going to be scaled all across Ukraine. We're happy to have international partners with whom we are implementing the joint financing system and whom we're talking to about developing the system further. In fact, we are moving along the path which has been the trail which has been blazed by other countries. We are taking the best practices, and we, of course, want to implement this as soon as possible in the partnership with the government of Ukraine and Ukrainian local authorities. It's important for this information to be disseminated all over the participants and stakeholders of this process, and we want this to be clear and understandable to our partners in the NGOs and the civil society sector, and especially the organizations which represent the persons renting and letting property. We're also very interested for this to be effective and to ensure continuous development. We're very interested in institutional changes as well. Mr. Vinogradov has mentioned that significant institutional changes and updates are required, and we are, of course, collaborating and contributing towards draft laws. And together with the Ministry of Development of Territories and Communities and the parliamentary committees, we understand that constructing this institutional system is a formidable mission, but we are here for the long haul, and we are here to support this process day in and day out. That's pretty much it from me, but if you have any questions, we will be happy to answer them. Thank you very much. I'd like to say specifically that the panelists have mentioned the need for financially and economically sustainable affordable housing sector, which is based on municipal property and on financial sustainability, so that no money or no property is ever washed out of the system, and that could become a sustainable pillar for stability for many Ukrainians who need it. And today we have Michael Newsom, who is the head of a program in the in IOM, which handles data, draws conclusions, and elaborates on recommendations. Can you please share on the experience of IOM, how you can shift from emergency response towards building a sustainable system? And it would be great also if you could share your experience on revolver funds as a vehicle to develop municipal operators, how this can be scaled in Ukraine, and how this can be developed in line with the best practices of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you for the many questions. I'll do my best to answer them. And I also did indeed hear that there was a lot of praise for IOM's work this morning. Unfortunately, I wasn't here. I want to assure you that I have little to do with it. And you rightly did praise Brad and Anastasia and Anna, who were really the brains behind our work at IOM on this. So if I get any difficult questions, I'll be handing it over to them. Also, thank you to Vitaly. I understand from KfW in his presentation this morning gave a very good summary of the work that IOM is doing. So thank you for doing my job for me, Vitaly. I'm going to try to be brief. When it comes to IOM's work in housing, there have been a number of studies that look at sort of migrant dense neighborhoods, what are often referred to as arrival cities or arrival neighborhoods, whereas they're generally poorer neighborhoods that migrants can afford to move into. Some are successful in integrating migrants and having them go into the communities and move into new neighborhoods, more prosperous neighborhoods as they thrive and they integrate into the economy, into the labor market. Others end up being what are referred to as slums, where it's difficult for migrants to get a leg up and to really integrate into the community. When you look at what are some of the key tools or key ingredients for these neighborhoods to be successful in integrating migrants and getting them to move up in the economy and in society, one of the key issues that always comes up is access to affordable housing. So access to affordable housing is really critical, whether we're looking at IDPs, whether we're looking at economic migrants, whether we're looking at international migrants or domestic migrants, is really critical for the integration of migrants more broadly into society. So that's why IOM works in this sphere. And when you're looking at a country like Ukraine with 3.3 million IDPs by last count, that's a huge number to be working with. And IOM is there to sort of help municipalities understand how they absorb these migrants into the community properly. Taking into account as well 6.2 million Ukrainians abroad who have left after February 2022. A large number are expecting to return. Whenever we do surveys of Ukrainians abroad who are considering returning, 4 key ingredients come up. They want, of course, increased security. They want access to jobs. They want housing. And they want schooling for their children. So housing, again, is one of those key elements when it comes to looking at returnees and people considering returning to Ukraine. Taking into account as well that a lot of those people returning to Ukraine are likely going to be moving to communities that are not their communities of origin, where they are going to need new types of housing and housing opportunities. So we see this really as a vital component and a vital role that local communities have when it comes to quality of services that's important both for IDPs and for returnees in Ukraine. To go to the first question, in terms of transitioning from humanitarian to sustainable development, to sustainable housing, this is an issue more broadly for our programming as well. When do you switch from humanitarian support to recovery, to resilience of communities, to economic development? So it's a broader issue that we deal with as IOM. When it comes to housing, one of the key challenges is sort of getting an idea of, when you're looking at longer term integration, the numbers of where people are going to go, how many are actually going to be returning to their communities of origin, and how many are going to make secondary movements as well. And you see a lot of secondary movements. When in typical times, when you're looking at internal migration in a country, they're moving for economic reasons. So they're moving usually from the countryside to the city. That's not how IDPs usually make decisions in terms of where they're going. They're factoring in a number of different things, like they want to be close to their community of origin so that they can go back and forth. They want to look where there's cheap housing or where they know someone who they can stay with. And then they end up primarily in rural areas and towns where they don't have many job opportunities. So if they're then going to be looking at longer term solutions, they might not be staying where they are now. They might be looking at further migration, further movement to other communities. So getting the numbers right is a real challenge in terms of when we look at long-term housing solutions for IDPs and transitioning them. That being said, I think we've got enough information now in Ukraine, but also historically, that we can start to estimate much earlier on in crisis situations and start doing that longer-term work much earlier than we have done, not just at the recovery stage. The first step, though, is really to start treating it more as a broader housing issue. It's not just about IDPs, it's about creating a broader housing strategy for Ukraine and for these communities that will allow for longer term integration. In terms of our work with the municipal housing companies, we see them, I wouldn't say they're really as a roadmap. They're not necessarily a roadmap for scaling now, but they do showcase in a lot of our work sort of the challenges and gaps that exist within the current housing policies of the country, because where we've seen them be successful is when municipalities use flexibility and determination to adopt local regulations that respond more appropriately to the housing needs in the communities. Some of the key institutional governance reforms that we see as necessary beyond housing policy, there are, as you mentioned, sort of financial instruments that are required. Development of a revolving fund, as was mentioned by my colleague at the EIB here, is really critical for making this sustainable. So this would allow municipalities to reinvest the money not only in the upkeep but also in expanding the stock of housing that they have in their portfolio. What we see as well is that these are best managed locally. So making sure that this is done at the local level, responding to local needs within the various housing markets and within Ukraine would be key. But there are things that can be done at the national level as well to incentivize municipalities to carry on this type of work and to do it in a sustainable way. So, I mean, there were mentions of, say, tax incentives or other types of financial incentives for municipalities to take on a more active role in affordable housing in their communities. I'm always a big believer in the number one rule of behavioral economics, which is if you want someone to do something, make it easy. So it's not just about giving them the funding to do it. It's also about, as IOM is doing, working in the communities to help them develop these systems in the first place. And that makes a big difference in terms of political motivation to actually be engaged in these types of projects as well. Finally, lessons learned, sorry. What we've seen in our past years now working on this is that municipalities clearly recognize the long-term need for IDPs, for solutions for IDPs when it comes to housing. There are, as was mentioned, risks of tensions if one group is catered to over another, particularly when you're talking about communities that are new to that community. You can have issues of resentment if you're talking about returnees or IDPs. So we need to be very careful about tensions resulting from that, but also tensions if, as was mentioned, migrant communities are concentrated in one area or one house or one building. There needs to be sort of a balance in terms of how people are integrated into the community. Another challenge I think was mentioned is the issue of stock. It's really, there's supply and demand side issues, but there's really a supply side issue here as well, where there simply isn't enough stock in a lot of these cities that are absorbing IDPs and returnees. So there needs to be new builds, renovation of buildings, but also, my last point, there's a lot of idle stock out there as well. There are a lot of apartments sitting empty. I can tell you anecdotally from the buildings I see around me. I went out last night as I was preparing for this, and it was 8 o'clock, and I look onto two very large apartment buildings. So 8 o'clock on a Sunday night, you would expect people to be home and the lights to be on. I looked, about 10% of the windows had lights on them in that building. That doesn't mean that 90% of apartments are empty. But it does mean that there's a large chunk of them that are empty over the long term. And this is often a case where you've got large immigrant populations. So diaspora, Ukrainian diaspora, Ukrainians who are working abroad and have been working abroad, love to invest in real estate in their home communities. And we've seen this in Ivano-Frankivsk as well, where they buy apartments that they tend to go back to on the short term, or they want to retire to, and those apartments sit idle for years. So finding ways to integrate those idle apartments into the systems as well would be another important way of trying to see how we can improve the stock of housing. I'll stop there. Sorry.
Дякую, Майкле. Дякую, що звернули увагу.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for talking about housing inventory, how important it is with the vacant house in Ukraine, how we can use it. And besides, I also thank you for turning our attention to the need for a wider approach towards social housing. On the one hand, for the social housing to be widely accessible, so that it allows to decrease the social tension that may emerge. On the other hand, about the need for strategic approach to the reform of housing policy, because housing is not an issue that we'll be able to solve once and for all. This is something that's going to need our attention on a permanent basis. So we have to move towards the strategic thinking and strategic approaches. And now we have two more speeches, and I would like to give the floor to Tetiana Boyko, who represents Opora today. She's the coordinator of housing, utilities, and energy programs in Opora. And Tetiana, could you please tell us a bit more about the role of civil society in housing reform, how civil society can help to protect the rights of renters? Again, that's what we were talking about during the first panel, how we can ensure distribution of housing by needs and build trust in new social housing institutions. And what is the role that civil society should play to guarantee that this housing will be accessible, energy efficient, safe for everyone? Thank you for the question. Thank you for the invitation. First of all, I'd like to say that civil society has to create CSOs to efficiently represent its interests, because civil society is heterogeneous, is multi-layered, and its organizations like charity, non-profits, they can present the opinions of its different parts. What can CSOs do? Well, we have lots of CSOs present today. That's Anastasia, that's right, to defense. I see Caritas. Maybe I haven't mentioned someone else. This is someone who we have been actively cooperating with for the last 18 months or so on housing reform, in particular in different working groups. I believe that if we collect all our joint experience, then we can say what should these organizations do. So what we should do, first of all, is collect the needs. As it has been said, collect them, and when we participate in working groups on the public level, the national, local, actually these organizations have also to be both on the national and the local level, because in the implementation of the reforms, the key role would be given to the local government. As the previous speaker correctly pointed out. And that's why it's very important to have that space. And there should be a lot of that. A lot, I mean, it's 5%. If it's 5% is this a critical mass, then there will be processes going on. They will serve as catalyzers of changes. This doesn't mean that all of them should become like professional employees of CSOs, but they have to be these activists who will respond to different changes. So studying the needs of owners, of renters, and different needs of different unprotected population strata that have the right to social housing, the needs of the middle income stratum that could also live in the social housing, and to bring together all these groups. So then it's also to serve as a communication platform where we give it an opportunity to speak the mind for different groups. So what you can do next is to study best practices. I also was in Lviv, and I can tell you that what's being done in Lviv, from what I've seen, this is the best prototype of social housing, even though this is not social housing per se. So, I mean, it is social housing, but legally it's not social housing. Actually, I haven't found any social housing in Ukraine, and in particular, a lot has been said why it's not there, and also the legal reasons, the financial reasons, the organizational reasons. And I'm very grateful to Vasil Vinogradov for that, because when 2 years ago I started this work, I also forecasted that it actually is for Ukraine facility social house in 2026. So, I mean, we understood 2 years ago that the law on social housing is going to, in 2023, we understood that only the law on social housing will be there in 2026. And at the same time, I mean, it's just because there is, objectively, this is how legislative process is ongoing, even though everyone wants to do it the best way. There is actually an objective reality here. At the time when we have to bring back ADPs already now and not allow them to leave, those who remained, we need to give good conditions there, because what's happening in collective centers, very often you can't call it decent conditions, because this is a ghetto. And very often in this, I had the chance also to see it in collective centers, I see degradation of these people, because actually it's very hard to say now what we should do to make those who can go to work from there and who cannot to still become an active member of the community. This is unfortunately a certain lifestyle, and it seems to me, and again I'm putting it up as a statement for discussion, and it seems to me that we put this topic forward, but not too actively, that we shouldn't be waiting for new legislation, but instead we can take the law has been mentioned today on social housing in Ukraine to change the bylaws. Out of what I've seen, that's, as Dmitro mentioned, it should be a model, because actually in this housing we have several good pilot programs, I mean, except Lviv, but these models, like, people live there free of charge, and as a maximum they just pay you their utilities. So paying for utilities is like, a big achievement. So somewhere they don't even pay for that. And the second thing, so actually if we look at this procedure, you can just settle only those who are now in social line, and there would be no mix possible. So I see at least 2 or 3 things that you have to change, and this can be done rather quickly, at least so that in these buildings which are either already built, thanks to those big donors, operators of this money, it's NEVCO, so that's a part of the buildings are built, and some of them are reconstructed, as I already mentioned. So that was just abandoned buildings, or the buildings which weren't used by design, and actually this is the direction where we see huge potential, huge work potential, and these buildings as of now can already, you can just put everything has been done. Now they're mostly the status of temporary housing, and switch them towards social housing, into real social housing according to current law, but with the changes of bylaws. And during that time, then the law on social housing is going to manage. We understand that this is going to be a process, and it is normally not long. We launched it with Yulia. I thought, well, we forecasted that. We came up with this program in March 2022, when the war started. In a week, we had some approximate things. So we launched all those, and it turned out to be 5 of those to launch, just 1 in the Cabinet of Ministers, and also the law amendments. There was more than 6 months that passed, and that is also not going to be a fast process. So what I wanted to say is that the public, when it identified these needs, the real needs, studied the cases of what's being done. Mr. Slobodan is probably not there anymore, but he can confirm that in local authorities very often it's being done, but even without legislation, they just do it. at the risk of the mayor, we somehow do it make it as a decision. But actually, that's very important cases because you have to analyze them, look at them, and based on those, prepare amendments to the legislation. Not just on the basis of those, because there is European experience and there's common sense. But still, it's very important as an aspect what they can do, the CSOs, and then become equal partners of the local authorities on the national level and on the local level equally in policy making. So make proposals, it's joint action and co-creation of new housing policy. That's what we as CSOs here are doing according to Law Draft 12377. Yes, sorry, I also ask you to finish just 2 sentences. So to finish the topic with the social housing fund on the local level, here CSOs can identify these buildings. I just don't want to repeat what has been said, but actually here the public can work in commissions on the local level, and some of people present here, they work in the inventory commissions, and besides also these commissions on working with the problematic property, and actually take some work from the shoulders of local authorities, and just the same on the national level. But here it's also very important that you should participate on all levels, from the development of a concept and up to the monitoring how it can be implemented. And in this connection, as soon we're going to start a Q&A session, we have seen actually several concepts of the law draft on social housing. When we'll be able to see that concept, so that it just doesn't turn out that the law is presented, but some conceptual things are just going to be it's not for actually understand that you are only it's just 2 months that you were on this post. There were different versions and positions, but I believe that actually when the civil society actually reaches that point to become partners for the government, like full-fledged partners, and the authorities will be ready to treat them as such, then we're going to get the best result. I can tell you, like, huge thanks to the Ministry of Development and the Line Committee, because out of those decisions that Natalia mentioned, our organization participated actually in all of them, in the development of those solutions, to a smaller or greater extent, but there was transparency. Okay, Tatiana, thank you. We have written down the Q&A for the concept of social housing. As we started a bit later, we'll still leave time for questions and answers, but we also have Bernd with us, Bernd Dreisland, who represents the Committee on Economic and Financial Issues in House of Europe. He is also the research advisor and ex-president of Austrian Federation of Housing Associations with a limited profitability. And today we would like to hear more about your key principles. What are the key principles that the social housing system needs for it to grow assets for future generations? And in your opinion, how is it better to agree the housing reforms with the European standards for Ukraine in the field of energy efficiency and general economic interest services, so that the social housing remains accessible and inclusive? So the floor is yours.
Much for the possibility to bring some experiences from Austria and other European countries here to the Ukraine. Well, as far as I learned with all these presentations, there is a real stock of knowledge here, and I hope I can add some ideas to this. reflecting parts of the discussion we had already. There was at the beginning the question of the discussion in the political field, if it's of the positioning of social housing in a housing market, and if this has a place. And here, perhaps out of the Austrian and the Danish and the French, the French experience, we could say we shouldn't speak in social housing and market housing and things like that as things which are apart. The Austrian experience is we work together. Regarding myself, I have been 10 years head of an investment company in housing, in a big housing fund, privately financed, and in the later stage of my working time, I was head of the in the social housing sector, and in between 10 years in the banking sector. So this needn't be separate things, and this was especially from the comments from WIF. There is the experience and the knowledge that we shouldn't separate this out of urban development, and as well out of the experience of the EIB. It was clear that we should come to an integrated solutions. Well, what I wanted to line out of the Austrian experience, these are very basic ideas, because as I heard just now, there's much experience in WIF for the development, but I would like to describe a bit the detailed situation, which can be, and this is always a question of setting up companies and making them bankable. To how could we do this in other regions where there is not so much basic experience? And well, one thing, the important thing, and this word was not yet really mentioned, is the principle of a cost rent system as a line of discussion and as a line of calculation. And the result out of this, the first thing is you have to know what new housing has really as cost, and then market situations or social situations can be regarded from this sector. And this is a system, and it was mentioned already that in countries like in Austria, we have a 50, 60, 70-year-old experience, and so there is a stock of housing at affordable prices. And smiling a bit, I hope that all prices are affordable, even from the market sector. Otherwise, it would be vacant housing, and this is not very profitable. We started from scratch as well in Austria in these situations, and not even having the experiences which was coming to me in the last minutes from the panel. Well, first thing, cost rent system, and out of this, what does it mean? Who is doing it? In the company, you have to have a complete process in one hand, because if you make land acquisition, urban planning, the building permit, and all these in different stages and by different companies, in each transaction you come to additional cost, a need of profit, because risk is so. You have to build you have to have companies who are able to make the whole process from land acquisition over urban planning, acquiring permits, building costs, and the whole process. This and to make it bankable, you need in this stage prospects of of land cost, building cost. Connection charges could be a theme, water supply, electricity, heating, internet, and so on. And to have this as a cost base, as a base to make it financeable. And adding to this, the operational phase, 30 and more years for paying back the finance. And on the other hand, maintenance and all the management which is needed for allocation of the units to have, and all this cost together in a long-term business plan has to be on the table with a timeline, with the cash planning. That looks like something evident, but it is not always done like this. In many cases, you step in the thing, in the investment step by step, and not have the big picture. In the Austrian experience, starting from the 50s on, if there was a finance and if it was a bank financing, but starting, especially because the starting of housing in the 50s was 100% public financed because there was no money in the market. So if you look in these old credit conditions, what I said here as a cost rent system was formulated in the credit credit contract. So having a law or not having the law is a good thing, but for organization of these things. But in any way, the credit institutions, public or private, whoever, have to bring this cost rent situation on the table to have security for the investment. This is just a normal way to go. And part of this is, as cost rent, it's not the, in general, regarded high market rent or the mostly regarded very low social rent, which in cases does not even cover the price of the utilities. You have to have, looking at the household income, the security of housing allowances for those with lower incomes, and mixing it up in the investment middle, because the important thing is not to have only social think in social housing, but in housing for all, and to integrate the different social aspects. But this was mentioned already. Some few points on how a company like that could be established. Again, I'm always coming from the security side, from the banking side, to make a concept for this situation. How to come in a situation like this? How did we do it in Austria? Those companies started with land. A contribution of land from the public side gave an equity basis to these companies, and this was much more land than was needed for the first or second project. It was just land to give a basis to the company, and then you start on this economic basis. It's bankable, looking from the private bank, but looking from an EIB, looking from a public sector who's giving the money. And this gives security to the situation. And there, continuing the banking question or the banking needs, if prices ran out in the development process, ran out of what was expected in the business plan, then you can say the finance partner, at the beginning, the company is a 100% public company, but if the calculations were wrong, construction prices are much higher, or connection charge to water supply and so on are much higher, which could happen. These sectors are sometimes privatized. Sometimes it's not easy to bring those utilities near to the houses. Then, looking from the financing side, shares go over to the finance partner, and this makes it bankable in the long run. And there you start perhaps as well making mixed companies. That is, I think, a very important thing, that you give security to all the finance partners. For some last comments to the setup of the company itself, the management and organizational structure. 4I principle in the management, and it was already mentioned, we have the question to build up professional personnel. In hearing from they have their company, there is already management, but in situations where you don't have, you have to start somewhere to have professional management, and then a control structure, supervisory structure, control board, and there should be the the finance or the credit or grant part institutions should be integrated, and most important, legal and economic competence should be have to be in this boards. And you have to develop supervisory committees for finance, for investment, and even for allocation of housing, to have an eye on the mixture of the social strategy. And on top of this, you need an auditing, an independent auditing coming from the auditing companies of your country. And the other thing is, in Austria, we have installed by law even supervision, a general supervision from the public side, which is in Austria not at the state level, but on the regional level. You have this additional supervisory situation, and to bring some very special things to secure the situation. In Austria, it's legally written down that for all contracts which those companies do, that if there are personal relations, this has to be documented. These are measures against misdirection of the politics. And in the selection of tenants, in all these things, you have transparency for pricing and for with whom you make a contract. Well, this was a short practical overview, and I hope I didn't expand too much of the time which was prepared for myself. Thank you very much.
Let me just transition to questions and answers. We have time for literally 2 questions. We're going to ask them both. One is here, and another is this. Yes, this one has already been noted, and another one here. Let's collect the questions and then try to answer to the best of our ability. Thank you. I am a co-coordinator of the protection cluster of the Prawo na Zachist Foundation. My question is humanitarian. Let me just give you a quick backgrounder. As data shows, in the context of both sustainable solutions and humanitarian data, it's clear that priorities for IDP integrations include residential options. At the same time, we know that access to employment and access to education, especially preschool education for children, are very high up on the list, and also access to care for either the elderly or children or the disabled. So for those who are implementing these programs or instituting those programs during the institution and implementation, uh, are these factors considered? Uh, aren't so that these factors do not impede the secondary migration. Okay, let's hear the second question before we answer all of them. Can you be very brief, please? Yes. Hi, I represent the Vitsertse Budova, and we are working on social housing in Ukraine. Mr. Michael has mentioned that it's important where people are ultimately going to settle and the factors of how they decide to do so. Maybe you have a statistic and maybe you would want to have a study on where the best place to build such social housing is. Also, it's worth considering demographics that the population is going down. Maybe it could influence the spatial policy. So have you done this research of where people are more willing to stay, because this is going to help the Ministry of Development on where to pilot its projects, because this is a task for the ministry. Thank you. So Dmitro, you wanted to answer. Can you hear me? I think that colleagues can also add this, but of course this is being considered, and of course we don't need inclusive quarters somewhere in the middle of a field or a woodland where nobody really needs them. But the specifically constructed social housing will have access to the corresponding services and infrastructure, and it will be integrated not only because we are trying to integrate here from different walks of life or whatnot, but it should also be integrated into the general urban environment. And from my side, I didn't probably stress this enough, but this is a priority that we are considering. It's something that we're not, it's not like we're planning something in the middle of nowhere. I absolutely agree with this statement where we're planning this in terms of infrastructure. It's actually developmentally some of the best parts of the town for a sustainable and comfortable living for a long time. I just want to talk about the care services. I know that Oksana Vramenko from the Ministry of Social Policy was here, but my colleagues have analyzed the tax return of the Ministry of Social Policy, where they're requesting substantial funds for different care services. And we believe that this is important. Like Dmitro said, this has to be a mix of different categories of people. 1, 2 apartments in a specialized socialized house. It should be designated for people who need specific care, maybe supported living or some other services. Of course, this costs a lot for the community, and it's a question of who will finance this. But there's a regulation 888, which is an experimental one, but I hope it's going to be prolonged. But I know that the funds are being requested by the ministry, and this is where the payer is the state for now, the government. So the local authorities provide housing, but the services such as stationary care and supported living, assisted living, they will be paid from the central government budget. The rest it's a question whether the receiving community or the let's say the donor community needs to pay. I think it's a mix. So some minimal basic things are going to be paid by the state budget, and this is where you would want to combine these three levels of the budget. And then Michael, a word to you, and then a word to Vasil about the concept.
To answer the second question first, yes, we do have studies, we do have data. I don't have it off the top of my head, of course, but we've recently done, we do periodic studies. We've got our general surveys, but also more specific surveys and studies that we do within Ukraine. So we do have information on secondary movements and where people are going to. If you give me your contact details, I'm happy to share that with you. And it's a very data-rich environment as well. So you'll find that the studies might not be answering your question, but if you come to us, we probably have even more data that can answer your questions in more detail. I think we're very lucky in Ukraine that we have such rich data that needs to be used more. I mentioned that returnees are looking primarily for four things: security, housing, jobs, and schooling. And that's the same that we see for people doing secondary movements as well. Those are the key issues that they're looking to address. So yes, when we're looking at trying to sort of incentivize secondary movements, those are the types of services we'd be looking at providing to people who are making that, who are considering it. It's sort of the point that will move the needle from people who are considering moving to actually moving. One last point when it comes to data as well, because we're also looking at potential returns, and these could be large numbers. To get a sense of where people are going, it's not easy to figure out where people will be moving back to. We've started working with work.ua and Happy Monday to get data from them. They get about between 100 and 150,000 visits to their sites from devices outside of Ukraine every week. And they get about 6,000 job applications from devices outside of Ukraine every week. So we can start to dig into where are they looking for jobs? Where are they applying for, to get a sense of what cities they might be moving back to in larger numbers in the future. I'll stop there.
Дякую, Майкле. І тоді, Василю, вам фінальне слово в цій панелі про концепцію соціального житла.
Vasil, final word on this panel for regarding the concept of social housing. For those who are expecting a concept right now, maybe not yet, because it's, for example, in 2020, we were establishing the concept for the reform for the residential policy, and we were also considering the new edition of the residential code.
Well, as we have already moved towards the latest stage of the implementation for this reform, and we have already launched, well, the law draft on the main grounds has been voted for in the first reading. We already have two versions of this law draft on social housing. I know that work was in the process for more than a year. Being a new person, I mean, but I still already know about it. This year, we are going to have amalgamated version out of best practices, the structure that has. So it's going to be the best practices combined, and I could just I could just reflect what my colleagues were saying. Okay, I see that it's just that there are some people who are already participants. Okay, let's put the discussion somewhere outside. But for you to understand that in June we got together, we had a special 2-day conference, we had a big working group, and there was a whole range of conceptual questions we haven't found answers to in those two versions. Maybe it's going to be there. So then we agreed as a whole plan what we should have done, should have agreed in the beforehand, so that later there are no surprises. Okay, Tatiana and everyone engaged. I just wanted to say about one thing, which is very important about forming policies. Dmitro has mentioned, and Tatiana as well, about the laws back from 2006. Actually, we have legislative framework, but it is outdated back from 2006. So it's 19 years old. But there is a framework law on social fund. So if you look at it, like what prevented us from building social housing in all these 19 years? In my opinion, the answer is the following. That law didn't have those principles of self-profit return, and the most important, which is already there in the new law, it's about profitability and organization that's going to serve as an operator of social housing, and that's extremely important because as our experience shows of European countries, nobody is going to invest into something that's going to take your money infinitely. Social housing is just socialist countries that can promise that they're going to build in 5 years some amount of social housing. But Europe has shown us that it should have its own returns. It should be interesting for those who are going to operate and service this housing. That's very important because it also has its operation term, and after these terms are reached, then actually the life cycle of the building, you have to do something with it. And in the version of 2006, this was lacking. So that was a reflection about what Yuri said. As for the competition, it's also there in the law draft. The competitions for construction and managing social housing. Both are in this law draft. Maybe I forgot something, but I can happily answer. Okay, thank you. It seems to me that this continues well what Bernd was talking about, how you can introduce this system of operators for such housing that are going to be sustainable and profitable, and we already put this way. But on this, I would like to finish our panel discussion and to thank everyone who participated, who listened to us, who asked questions, and also those who joined us online. And let us thank our speakers. And I'd also like to give the floor back to Julie Lawson for final words on both panels.
That was a very, very rich and interesting panel and very, very well moderated. Thank you very much, Anastasia. So I'll be brief because before following me will also be the EU and Ukraine to also talk about their closure as well. But I think all of us learned an enormous amount today. We shared a lot. So sincere thanks to the speakers and panelists and monitors. Special thanks also to the very good panel, the last one. I thought the first one was fantastic as well. I've tried to sort of integrate what some of the themes were, but what my intention to do is to listen to the MP3 wave recording, the perfect translation from the Ukrainian and English, so I can really analyse what was said, what was put forward. So we'll write a report about what we heard, okay, what we heard. So with that, we are listening, okay? So in a dialogue, one of the most powerful things is to really listen and say, why did they say that? And understand it. And that way we can move forward. So we will write a report, and that report we will share with you as participants that is part of the dialogue. So what we picked up were a number of themes. Some of the themes concerned in the beginning, if you can refresh your memory, we heard quite some powerful messages about consumer rights in the rental sector. We heard about some low-hanging fruits that could be addressed quite quickly, concerned about dampening the inflationary impact of the rental situation. Of course, if we allow rents to soar, there's less in the back pocket, there's less in the economy. It's bad for everybody, and it's very destructive for households. So one of the easiest things we can possibly do is address those issues of moderating the inflation that's happening in the hotspots where people need to live. We have plenty of examples around from Europe, and actually it was fantastic what the tenant union drew on. So I think she drew on 6 different countries with suggestions for how, and there's a resource for the future. There's an institution that will stay. So that's very good to see, that knowledge also being in there. And we had some pretty big guns behind that. We had that professor also talking who speaks to the European Parliament and, you know, has quite an authority. So that was great. I did miss some expertise from the World Bank on this, on smart regulation, on you know, how to devise it quickly. They know how to do that too. That's in their research. So we can draw on their understanding. Also, what I didn't hear was a bit more about bringing the rental market out of the shadows, because I know that's a concern, and especially amongst consumer groups, as part of the ecosystem that we have here, not a very healthy one. So, but that has implications, of course, on the effectiveness of rent assistance. So we know from the research that's emerging that actually rent assistance to unregulated, unregistered, non-tax-paying, etc., is actually a bit like throwing money away. So let's do that with a good system. Probably build a broad-based social housing system, I would say, but that's my opinion. Okay, energy efficiency as social policy as well. So we heard about the cry from the European Commission to say, build on what is working, what they've done well. They've adapted, they've changed, they've expanded EEF, Energy Efficiency Fund programs. They've embedded building standards to be better. Continue on that journey. It's a good journey for the future. Make it affordable for people to heat their homes. So building upgrades also is part of the district heating system as well. Modernise that so efficiency gains stick for whole neighbourhoods. Don't leave it behind. We also heard about from the representative of the homeowner associations that they seem to want more control and more involvement. They talked about help with applications, platforms that could help them in a local level to build applications for funds to improve their buildings. So they want to do more, it seems. They want to build on what they're doing well. Also, very interesting was the discussion from Alexander, if you were listening very closely. So what he was calling for was a really good system that was transparent for supporting well-planned investments in communities. So needs-based capital investments to support the growth and development of communities on a really good basis. Good examples in of course, other big countries in Europe as well that can help. So I heard also about clarity of role, predictable finance. Don't make a system which is difficult to use. Make it really easy. So if you're going to set up these municipal housing companies, make it easy, don't make it hard. Provide guidance, help peer groups of those that are trying, support those municipalities who want to do something to do better, help them learn and grow professionally, also with trained personnel, with trained management staff, support their peer-to-peer learning, also possibly even across countries. It's a shared journey, that's for sure. So we should share good standards. So we have some possible steps that could go in around tenancy, around the EEF programs, about state-city compacts with the national level. We have also great ideas coming out on how to make municipal housing actually a feasible growth model, not a burden, but something that grows assets for future generations, which would be just great. And also we heard cries, listen to civil society, work out ways in which you can engage them. We heard about architectural competitions. There could be civil societies on the juries for those competitions. We heard about listening to tenants within buildings, not just the owners, but also the people who rent there. We heard about a tenant association, a tenant union, in fact. So these are all civil society, institutions of civil society. But we also heard about needs, and we had some very, very capable people who collect on those needs. The IOM is one of them. But since about 2015, the Ukrainian government has actually stopped collecting that information itself. So let's change it. They should be doing that themselves, and they should be involving communities in that process too. So institutionalise within the government so we don't have to go knocking on IOM's door and say, what was that survey about? No, we do that ourselves. We do that as Ukraine because we care about our citizens and their future. And let's build it in. So I think that's enough from me, but you'll hear from us with a nice summary of what we heard as soon as possible, I think within at least 10 days, to keep the momentum, because you're on a mission and got things to do, and we want to help you. So without that, I want to hand over to my dear colleagues from Europe and Ukraine. So Jocelyn Cornet, who's the head of reconstruction, cooperation, everything. Very, very important person. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will be short, don't worry. So on behalf of the European Union, thank you for today's open and constructive engagement. I think it was needed. The EU stands with Ukraine, not to rebuild homes, but also to build a housing system. We need to have a system in place, and that's actually one of the big conclusions of today, which is fair, affordable, energy efficient, and resilient. This means that we need to avoid one-off project to a system, right? We have a number of projects as far as EU is concerned, but we need to integrate them in a system. So investments need to be supported by reforms. And that's what the EU would like to do with Ukraine, what we're doing. We do investment through the Ukraine facility for housing, and together to support the reforms through the starter programs with Jaspers and with a new starter program that will start next year. So the scale of the challenge is huge. Piecemeal projects won't be enough. EU experience shows that real recovery needs policy leadership, strategic investment, municipal partnership, and sustainable operating models. I say models in plural because we saw that there is not only one model to be followed. There's some examples in Austria, in France, in other countries of European Union, in Australia as well. I think that Ukraine needs actually to pick up the right model, to test it. Probably the first time will not be the most successful one. And that's the reason why we actually are trying to support Ukraine with a pilot program that has been presented by European Investment Bank with this social housing program of 100 million euros, where there will be 50 million euros of grants. We need actually to make sure that the program in place with this cost recovery model is actually working well, and we draw some lessons. So, as my colleague at the beginning, Stefan, mentioned at the beginning of the event, President von der Leyen mentioned that housing and energy affordability is at the heart of the EU agenda. And in this context, the both paths, the European Union and Ukraine ones, are again, on parallel way, and we need to make sure that there's clear milestones in Ukraine. The housing policy law in 2025, look forward to it. I don't know if we have some MPs here in the... Not yet? Okay, not anymore. A social housing fund law by 2026, and new consumer energy efficiency standards, as Julie mentioned. So what can we do together starting now? 5 priorities as far as I see it. Update the tenancy law to protect tenants, support supply and use EU best practices, scale what already works, empower municipalities. As it was mentioned by the different participants in the last session, we need to make sure that solutions are found, at local level, as Livy also mentioned several times. We need to have the homeowner associations on board. So, of course, for us, it's important to draw lessons of what the homeowner association are doing with the Energy Efficiency Fund, what can be extrapolated as well in the context of housing, right? We need to have actually set the clear roles, predictable co-financing, rent support, and consumer standards. And this can be done with our technical assistance. We need to strengthen the rights and accountability with robust municipal operators, with the oversight of civil society. It was also mentioned, important to have watchdogs actually to make sure that the system is actually transparent and fair for everybody. And last but not least, we need to make sure that we have actually some support to investment here. So we have it under the Ukraine facility, the Pillar 2, as we call it, to support investment in Ukraine. And we have this pilot program with the European Investment Bank. We are thinking about new program with the World Bank, and we will see how it goes. So today we also share practical tools. The EU-funded starter program has actually a number of products, that are available online. I think it would be important for all the practitioners to look at it. I would like to thank the starter team for the excellent work that have been done. I know that's one of the last assignments, so thank you very much for this. And thank you to all speakers, panelists, and organizers. EU will stay by your side in this important work, which is actually making sure that we have a proper housing policy investment in Ukraine. Thank you.